I don't care how much affection you have for it. I still think it's weird that he faked a relationship with the dead kid to get with his sister. It's just not that good a musical,
I
and the plot is frankly fraught. Okay, I'm just gonna
the
say it.
fraud
I
plot.
know it's your fave, but I'm just saying.
I think that you found the most devastating thing you could say to me, and you're just gonna keep doing that for all of our
Yeah, I like
lead-ins.
that we workshopped your weaknesses in the last stream, and so now I'm able to just go
Exploit
straight
them.
for them.
Yeah. I love
Yeah.
that for me. I very
Mhm.
much do. Yep. Cool. I like that.
Ooh, this really likes the glass I'm drinking out of. Yep, that freaks the camera out.
Seamless. Absolutely seamless. Um,
Yeah.
One day I'll do a proper intro. Today is not that day. Tomorrow doesn't look good either, because I'm not streaming. So there you go. Yeah, that's that. Now that I have finally listened to Epic the Musical and given it another listen to, I think I'm ready
Mhm.
to rate the songs as part of the entire thing. Yeah, Spoon giving me grief is the canon intro, but I feel like he's not gonna switch it up and like, attempt to do like bestiality throw-ins. Nah, he's just gonna keep dunking on me by pretending that I really like Dear Evan Hansen, because that's apparently the worst. Which
I mean,
is,
the thing is, I don't think anything would hurt you as much as that.
and I really just need to maximize that damage.
Yeah.
That's fair. So the way it's gonna work is we're probably not gonna listen all the way through to the song. Although if we do, it probably is a good sign. Uh,
Mhm.
and I'll take a screenshot of it, and that will be the picture that I load into the tier list that we need to name, because we ain't going sabkd on this because that's boring.
No. All right. So what's our absolute, like, what does peak content look like?
Peak, like, uh,
I'm thinking like hyperfix.
yeah,
There's got to
my
be a
new
better way to
hyperfixation.
like loop until I'm disgusted with it, right?
Yeah, I don't know if that'll fit. Lop, I can spell. Uh, A is probably like, and I think B is more like a real bop. It's B.
Straight bopping.
Yeah, bop it.
And what does that leave A?
Yeah. Um, Better than a bop, but not gonna hyperfixate on it. So,
Mm.
hmm, hmm, hmm. That's literally
Oh,
what
good.
I'm.
I figured out how to load items into
Oh no.
VTube Studio.
Now you don't need me to put them up. It's
I'm
unfortunately in the
just
low corner. You're gonna have to move it to the top left of the screen. There you go. There you go.
there we go.
That's us for this stream.
Just gonna leave that one there for a hot minute.
While we try and think of these tier names. Man, maybe A will have to be a real bop. But I feel like there's something better than a bop and less than hyperfixation.
I think loop until I'm sick of it is definitely S.
Yeah.
I think A would be like make my friends listen to it in the car. The doors are
Yeah.
locked.
I don't know if this will fit, but we'll see. Oh, maybe it'll just make the thing bigger. Nice. See, I like C. It's very short. It's just like, yeah, this is a real bop. No, it's B. It's not C. C is
Yeah,
like I am.
C would be like not skipping it, but I may zone out halfway through the song.
Zone out or disassociate.
I don't know. There's got to be that feels clunky. There's got to be a better thing we can do. I'm not happy with C.
Oh, no worries. And then, is there a way I need to add one more? Okay, I get it. You really like that joke. Oh, you can do that.
It's my favorite joke. It's my favorite joke. I'm never gonna get tired of this joke.
Hmm. I like the fact that it goes green. Let's make it even greener, I guess. Yeah. All right, let's see. C. What's big C energy? Aside from big C energy. Why have you pinned it to me?
I don't know.
And
But
now
also,
you're gone.
I don't know how to
Unpin it. Is it stuck?
undo that.
Oh,
No, I've got this. I've got this.
you're just gonna replace it with your comic, aren't you? Oh, nope.
No, I got it. I got it. I figured it out. I figured it out.
And then he puts it on my face. Hey,
Look at me go.
You're a master of props.
I'm crushing this.
Yeah, so let's. I don't want to say it's bad. Like C is eh.
Yeah, C is like fine, right? Like C is
still passable.
okay.
And D is, I think, where you get like you could have done better. And E is where it's like, nah, this is trash. And I don't know if we're gonna get to E because it makes me feel bad, and I don't like being mean. Use the internet to be mean. To be anonymous cannot be mean. Shmamana.
Wait. You've got S, A, B, and your C is starting with a B, which is unacceptable.
S-A-B. Yes, C. Sorry, because I wrote big C energy and I just left the B.
Well, you know what? This is going to be relevant based on our reaction to some of the songs.
That's
like,
true. So
we do need a tier for like you were so close.
Oh yeah.
You know, you were so close. Oh, I know. Name the tier. This would be amazing if it was different.
I already know some songs that are going here.
Yeah, I do too.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Completely Competent is also good. Is this going to be the way?
That's our next tier down.
Yeah.
Or no, maybe should we do Completely Competent and then below it is This Would Be Amazing If It Was Different?
Yeah, because I feel like that's more, yeah.
Oh, hey, you know what's nice about having this map pinned to my face is people can't see when my tracking bugs out when I drink.
You mean when you totally immersive, nobody can notice that you're drinking?
Yeah, exactly.
And then I'll make this
I do want to point out, according to Google, this is a 4-day walk.
Yeah. Funny
and
thing.
I'm not even a professional soldier.
No. I'm literally. I mean, I am going to Greece in July. I will be on a boat.
Make sure to tell them all how much of a bitch Odysseus was.
Yeah, I'll get
that.
Yeah. Literally goes to Greece. I'm gonna record myself making the walk. Gets on boat, gets off boat. Look, was that so difficult?
What an amazing stream that would be. Sailing from Troy to Ithaca to prove Odysseus was a bitch.
Hashtag Samaria gang for life.
Where my Indus River Valley civilization's out. Shout out.
Indus River Valley.
Indus River Valley. Best Valley. Indus gang. Can I get a whoop whoop?
All right. Hopefully the audio balance is still fine because it's the same settings. So, yeah.
I love that that's a joke pretty much just for us.
And anybody
that's just you and me.
Yeah, that's fine. What? I didn't press print screen.
Oh, did you want to use that other one that has the that you were saying has got all the captions and so on?
It's not a playlist though.
Ah, that's true. Yeah, this will be easier to
go between.
Around
yeah.
Okay.
I do wish that it had subtitles, but
Nobody's nerfing. All right, so before we start this, what's up, YouTube? Thanks for tuning in.
Oh, that's
through your whole body. No, so we should actually explain what we're actually like, what our shit is today, right?
yes.
So we're gonna be ranking these songs on our tier list, and we're comparing them to the other. We're not comparing them to like all music ever. We're ranking each of these songs kind of against the other songs in the musical, but also according to how we've described them in these tiers. And like, no shade to any of these songs.
Oh,
You did literally name one of the tiers after your disappointment, so
oh,
that's
get back.
cool.
It didn't save. How very dare they,
Bro,
bro?
bro. Well, I hope you remember all of that. Anyway, while you fix that, I'll
Thank
I'll
you.
run through our disclaimers,
Thank you.
which is we both like the musical. It's good. Epic is good actually. Hot take for the most popular viral internet sensation,
Mm,
Epic the musical.
yes.
We like it. We are theater nerds. Any criticisms we make come from a place of genuine love and also having like capital B been there.
Mm.
We lived through Rent. We
So we
lived through
so
Hamilton.
we live through Rent, which
We've
means none of our opinions matter. Let's be honest.
yeah, none of our opinions. Well,
Mm-mm.
because we're old, irrelevant, and also like Rent.
And
Ugh.
also, Rent has some real awful, awful music. Sorry,
It
Jonathan
does,
Larson.
but
I'm sorry.
mostly it's less that we lived through Rent and more that we lived through Rent heads.
Mm.
We lived through the people for whom Rent was a personality. So like, if you feel a certain type of way about Epic and anything we say rubs you the wrong way, we absolutely get it. Like, we get it. That's fine. You don't need
Hmm.
to worry about us.
We'll
At the
be
end of
we'll
the
be
day,
fine.
your musical is still your favorite musical. Our opinions don't actually matter to you. You're gonna be fine.
Hmm.
It'll be okay, bud.
Okay. So note to self: I cannot press any buttons because if I do, it will wipe all of my tier thingies.
Okay.
So it's going to be stuck on this screen. Sorry, not sorry, etc., etc.
It just occurred to me you're gonna need like images or titles to paste onto this tier
Yes,
list
I'm
as
going to
well.
grab them from the thing. So I'm just going to screen grab them like so.
Okay.
Watch.
All right,
I'll
paste.
do it.
Okay. So, Horse and the Infant.
Ah. I think it's also
Let's
just
get
a man.
rolling.
It's both of them. So I'm gonna
All right, my brothers, listen closely. Tonight we make the Trojans pay. 10 years of war, they killed us slowly. But now we'll be the ones who slay.
Point of order here, Odysseus. You say you're gonna make the Trojans pay for killing you slowly.
Oh.
You could leave. We all understand who's on the outside of the walls of the city you're besieging, right? You realize what your part of the war is, right? Hey, Odysseus. Hey, rough 10 years of war, huh? Why are you there? Hey, why are you there, man? Hey, man. Hey, man. Why are you there? Is it possibly because like you're like king? Like, I know you are a king, but you are also serving the bigger king.
Big King.
Did
Telemachus being sung like that is funny.
Telemachus, yeah. I gotta give him props for like full sending, giving all possible gravitas to an impossible to fit into a song name.
Yeah.
Penelope, all right, sure. Like,
Considering how often it reprises, I mean, you gotta do something.
a
with
thousand frat boys with acoustic guitars have sung about Penelope's. Almost as many have sung about Delilah's. So you're fine there. But Telemachus is a hard row to hoe.
Mm.
Shout out for your like Telemachus posting.
Telemachus posting.
All right, so we should talk about the song.
Yeah.
Just like me commenting on me throwing shade at fucking The
Hey,
invading
Jay.
Greeks. Invading keyword, by the way.
They
Troy
are
was just
invading.
there.
Yeah,
Troy's only crime was having a hot queen.
true that.
Yeah. You're ready.
I will say, just like, again, also for, some of them don't have the title in their opening screenshot, but whatever. Like, we're ranking them against one another, but also I feel we're ranking them musical theaterly, because I mean, it's 2 songs, this video, just so we're clear.
This part is like, we've talked last time about the long shadow of Hamilton,
Yeah.
and I feel like this especially.
Yeah. Although I will say, because the thing is, it introduces a lot of oeuvres, a lot of callbacks, a lot of the... To be fair, it's the first song, but at the same time, it's a lot for an opening number. I understand.
It's doing a lot of heavy lifting. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
laying a lot of groundwork.
This is the part that really kind of bothers me, that it's a lot of talk, a lot of crosstalk, huh? How annoying is that when people talk?
I apologize for nothing.
Nah, me neither. You knew what you were getting into. I don't do it in the actual theater, I promise. I don't lean over in the middle of it and go like, you know, this was inspired by Carmen.
You know, Elijah Wood's not actually that short in real life. They did like a... It was like a camera thing.
Yeah, forced perspective, I think is what it's called.
No. All right, now I'm just stealing bits.
Yeah, we're just stealing bits
Makes
from
noise. Now we're just stealing dropout bits.
Come and get me, Sam.
He will. It's Sam. Put nothing past him.
It's true.
All right, look, I will say, as a first song, I feel like it's 2 actually pretty good songs to start off with. It is having to do a lot of heavy lifting, but at the same time, like, I feel like it's doing that lifting. It's establishing the setting. They're at war. They're in Troy. Odysseus is a well-liked commander. War ends. He has to do some hard stuff to end the war. Like, it's a shitload of front loading that they have to do to get to the actual Odyssey part of the Odyssey.
Yes. It's also, in
I don't
terms
think there's
of...
an easy way to do that.
No, also tonally, it is one of the better songs in terms of... between 2 songs, they're hitting at least 3 or 4 different songs. Like, there's this very soft moment. It actually goes through a proper, you know, sort of musical journey, which is unfortunate when the rest of the musical kind of struggles with that. So it does make it more difficult to put it as, like, I cannot hyperfixate to this song because it is too varied, so it can't go in the very top.
Yeah, I feel it's too, like, expository for me to loop it as a song. I will say, I think it's a bop.
Yeah.
I think they throw enough in there. Like, there are definitely cadences in this song that I will hum in my head.
Yeah.
And there are bits in it that, like, you will come back to through the musical, and every time you recognize when they bring them up again.
This part.
Yeah, like, here's your thesis statement.
Yeah. Like, I have found myself...
And every time you hear this...
refraining that.
Sorry, go.
No, I found myself refraining that phrase.
Yeah. And every time you hear it later on, you're like, oh, he said the thing!
Yes!
He said the thing! Let's go!
Yeah.
So, like... I think it's about... I think hearing this song, especially having listened to the musical a few times now, I hear it and I'm like, I'm excited to go on the journey, right? I'm like, oh, it's the start. I'm pumped. I'm ready. I'm ready to do this. Let's have an Odyssey.
Let's do an Odyssey.
Yeah, let's do an Odyssey. I think this is a bop.
All right, good. I'm glad we're on the same page. They're going to be terrible screenshots because of I'm grabbing them from the playlist as we're doing this, but it should be enough to tell us where we're at. Can I do square? Can I do rectangle images? Landscape images. There we go. Okay, it'll go ahead onto the next one, but there we go.
Yeah. Okay.
I also have this one, which I'm like, it's better. It doesn't read, so it's fine. No, you have to get out of here. Now you exist in 2 places. Well,
You've killed us all.
I've killed us all.
Your hubris was a
There we
real
go.
downfall for us. If only there was some kind of Greek myth that could relate to this.
Yeah, we'll go with that one.
It's a shame the Greeks never did anything with hubris in a story. That would have been
No.
really handy.
Yeah, it would have for this particular moment I find myself in. And
No.
but now it's fine. It's fine. So let's move on to again. I do like the screenshot for this one, the image capture for this one. I will put it in now. Yeah, so we'll be switching a lot between the two because of how I have to. I now get the leitmotifs, so that I'm not talking through the entire thing and I've listened to it again.
Yes.
But the fact that the problem is that the sameness of the songs and the overall Odysseus presence makes it more difficult to suss out.
So this song is largely just cementing Odysseus as wife guy.
Yes. It's also used in a number of callbacks in the musical. I think almost unnecessarily because this song kind of
They put a lot of weight on it for how little happens in it, right?
Yeah, it's primarily expositionary, which is good. I mean, it's a full musical. It's a completely no-spoken musical, so there needs to be songs that don't do anything.
Yeah, there need to be a couple of songs that just like
Serve the plot.
establish a scene or progress plot,
Yeah.
but people have to sing while they do it because it's a
Yeah,
musical.
I don't think it, like, I think this is, it's interesting, because of the whole, like, over-orchestrated, over-epic, songs. This is a song that definitely suffers from it because it could be polities. Polites! I didn't get to say that before. I really wanted
Also,
to.
this does give us our intro to Mr. Polite.
Yes.
He gets to show off his pipes a little bit
Yeah.
and cement himself in the hearts of
His face,
all
that's the screenshot is that. Him going,
Yeah.
but yes. I'll go ahead, huh?
Yeah, we get... See, this is the part of the song that I think the whole song should have been, which is establishing the character of the crew and Odysseus's relationship to them.
Yeah.
Like, if you talked a lot last time about wanting a patter song, like some banter.
Yeah.
This would have been a good moment for it to, like,
Yeah.
give us something, because this is very, like, epic and orchestrated and, like,
And it's
the adventure begins. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, and it's really not. It's really
we kind of had that. Like, he just murdered a baby.
Yeah, maybe
That's pretty heavy.
Yeah.
This would be a good chance to show us, like, who Odysseus is when he's not fighting wars and throwing babies off walls.
Yeah.
Like, show us, like, all right, why does everybody follow this guy? Why is he well liked? And like, show us more of the innocent and kind of naive but hopeful Odysseus to give us a better contrast to the end where he's fucked.
But yeah, no, I'm putting it in. This would be great if it's completely different.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Also, just the shade we're throwing with that.
Like
amazing.
No amount of qualifying is going to make it okay. I understand
Look,
that.
we're just going to be saying some shit, and you know what you're here for. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. We're awful people. It's fine. I will accept the lashings I will take for this.
Yeah.
And-
Okay, now here's the one.
Yeah.
I just sit up straighter in my chair because we're gonna talk about this.
Yeah, I got the image. I'm fine, polites.
Thank you, polygamy.
Also that, yeah. like this, and the thing is I feel like also just tonally going from the really epic song to this cute kind of like tropical island bop, is also weirder. I feel like if you had a better
It's a
connecting
little Jimmy
song,
Buffett.
yeah, like there's some real tonal shifts, and I feel like
Yeah.
if they'd taken the epic out of Full Speed Ahead, then it would have eased better into it.
Yeah. I mean, that said, I think the tone shift is needed because a
Yes.
third heavy song in a row would be a lot.
Yeah, no,
And
I
we're
don't,
going to run into that later.
yeah. Like, no, I think that this one tonally fits really well. It's only diminished by the previous one.
Yeah, and I think this gives us more of what I wanted from the previous one, which is characterization.
Yeah.
Like we see the kind of person Odysseus is, and we're getting a lot of his emotional bond with polygraph. And I was looking for something. Polygraph is the best I could do. Yeah, we're getting like a lot of his relationship there.
Polynomial.
And we're getting that polynomial is also good. Yeah, we're seeing more of that contrast of like, yeah, there's Odysseus the general, but also like the war's over and his really close friend is telling him like, hey, take a chill pill, you know?
His friend is completely wrong in any...
Yeah, like
his friend doesn't realize he's in a Greek
relax a little.
epic.
Yeah, he's the most wrong anyone's ever been.
I mean, in any other story...
Like, even outside of this, they live in a world full of snake people and men with cow heads, and it's like...
Moo.
Shut the fuck up. Just shut up. Shut up. No. Every time you greet the world with open arms, the world turns you into stone or Goose fucks your wife, okay?
I do love that.
Don't let them catch you fucking lacking, Polites.
Or Zeus will turn into a goose
sleeping,
and fuck your wife.
And you go and get yours, all right?
Yeah.
A goose is gonna fuck your wife, Polites.
These are the kinds of lessons, the morals we learn in Greek.
Yeah, exactly.
Open arms.
This is
goose.
All right, him singing like "Greet the world with open arms" is like when you see somebody in a zombie movie being like, "Walking Dead." That's impossible. Like they've lived in a world with no zombie media up until now. It's like, fuck you. You grew up with Greek stories, Polites. Turn your back for 1 second, and you're gonna be stoned, and a goose will fuck your wife. And your kid is gonna be half cow. Okay, like. Yeah. Head on a swivel.
Yeah.
Dickhead.
Yeah. It's the outro, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We talked over most of that.
I mean, again, for
Part
time.
of this is us ranking it, and most of this feels like us just kind of riffing.
Yeah. The one comment on the video is an enjoyable watch, but too much talking over the songs. Which is 100% me. I do not know how watch-alongs work, obviously. Oops.
It would also be better if we held the screen on the actual interesting to watch video rather than our static tier listing.
Yeah, we'll get better, and by we I mean me eventually. I
think Epic. It's tricky because it is a bit of a bop. Like it's a catchy song, but in context of the musical, I feel like it's more just like. Competent.
Yeah, we're not gonna have any debates during this thing.
Just because the vocalist is good, like he's a good singer, and I feel like that light, breezy tone of his really suits the naive character and gives it a lot of extra weight towards that, like obviously doomed naivete and optimism.
Yeah, he's very polites.
Yeah. I'll bump him up for that.
Yeah, and just the fact that it's a nice variety, and you know what I do find
it's also our first tone shift, and it is good that they do that.
It is good actually, and yes, I do find myself going.
Yeah, it's catchy.
Yeah, I feel like this one's going to be divisive. I don't know, but we'll see. Doodly doot.
Okay, yeah.
Come on, go. Snoop. Designed.
Love these visuals.
Yes.
I will say, if we were rating these animatics, they'd all be S. Like, I don't think I've seen one that I didn't really enjoy.
Yeah, no, the one that had the subtitles that I watched, it used different ones in places and they were also good.
Yeah.
So I'm like, there's a lot to choose from.
I will say I love that Kate. That
It's a good chord progression. I will say that a lot of the songs, yeah, and then the refrain, or chorus? No, refrain. Ah, God, songwriting. The chord progressions are like, I don't want to say basic because basic is not nice. They're strong choices. They're strong choices, but they're not anything avant-garde.
They're classic choices.
Yeah, they're like, hello, major chord, major chord, major chord.
But then, these choices are very conventional, but they're convention for a reason, because this is catchy.
Yeah, no, when having to judge this song, I have feelings. Again, this is a song. This is a song that doesn't need Odysseus in it. I'm sorry. I get it. You're trying to be like he's. Look at how smart he is, because in the text, yes, he can see through her.
Yes.
Haha, I bluffed a god. Haha, I'm so great. You can have like a small aside.
And he does overcome a lot of problems in the Odyssey with his, cleverness.
Yes, I get that. I get the storytelling, but like in terms of, it's one of the things where making it a duet in parts so heavily, like this is fun. Like this is, I like that. That's fine.
Yeah.
But I don't need as much. Especially because all of the songs, the first song was a solo chorus, etc. The second one was not.
Yeah, see that bit there that we just went by. That was a good bit of like patter of the like best friends. Like, we'll see. All right, calm down.
Yeah, and that would have been fine with just that, pretty much. Although again, this animatic is, I like the way they interpreted it.
It is great. See, the thing is, like, yes, I get what you're saying about the song not needing Odysseus, but I also don't know how you really remove him from it, because it's meant to be establishing their relationship.
Yeah,
and again, this is, I think, a more fundamental problem of the source material is this whole thing is about Odysseus. And like, I know we talked about Hamilton a lot last time, of like, yes, that's also a musical centered around one person, but so much else happened during that time period around, the revolution and the founding of America, that you can quite easily cut to other people and give them their own song. Like, obviously Washington has to have his own song, but at the same time, it's so easy to give like Jefferson his own song, or Adams you've got all these huge figures looming large over history,
and you
can break to.
Yeah, they get room to breathe.
Yeah, and it furthers the plot, it furthers the story, is still relevant to Alexander Hamilton, but isn't focused on him, but it still works. Whereas with this, like, it really is just Odysseus. Like, it's the Odysseus show starring Odysseus.
I mean, to be fair, I think that's because, and it's wild to have to say this because in context, not actually true. It's because they're queuing too close to the source material. They aren't. They aren't taking. They aren't like, because the thing is, in the book that Hamilton is based off of, it is based off of a book, not but anyways, a biography of Hamilton, etc.
Oh, hey, you remember what I was saying before we started about the large amount of beer I drank?
It's coming back.
It's back with a vengeance.
Okay, you run away. I'm gonna continue to words about things.
All right, I've heard a lot of your opinions, so you give them, and then I'm gonna come back and
he's gonna sum them all up perfectly.
Yeah.
No way. If only I actually properly had my my capture taking up my full screen, that would have looked a lot better instead of him just cutting off onto the edge. But still, okay, now that he's gone, I think this song is kind of no, I'm kidding. I hate the fact that I want this song to be better because I love Athena. I love her character. I love her voice. please, muscle mommy, step on me. What? Shut up. But I and tonally, it's a good follow from Open Arms because we haven't gone like we haven't gone back. It's not gone like full orchestra, choral, etc. So it's good. It's still but it's very tonally similar. And I get the exposition on I was about to call her Minerva, which is I guess Owl of Minerva, Owl Athena. That was what was with my brain. But I'm calling it now. I think it's completely competent. It can't be a bop because too much Odysseus for me. Sorry, bro. Give your soloists their flowers. That's one of my main kind of things with it. And I don't think it's because the auteur I believe it's Jorge, because it's J Spanish, and I'm a terrible white person. I don't think that it's because he's like a megalomaniac or what have you, or that he wanted to be the center of attention. I think it's because it was something that he wrote, and he was the main voice, so that's why he's in so much of it. So it's not that sort of a dig. But, I feel like the songs need to be more solos, essentially. More solos, less orchestral stuff. Let your leitmotifs breathe, bro. Anyways, that's why Dear Evan Hansen is the worst.
You can hide who you think you are.
Anyways, okay, so I gave my prediction while you were gone as to where I think it should sit. So where do you think it should go?
All right, this is a hard one for me because I like the song in isolation a lot more than in situ.
Mm-hmm. We've already gone over this. We love Athena. We love her character, and we love her voice.
So good is the problem.
But I don't think she gets to flex in this song as much as I want her to, which is why.
No, she doesn't.
I'm putting it here.
That's where I'd put it. Yeah, I think it's completely like there's so much about it that's good, and it all falls short of being great.
Yeah. I didn't want to put it, this would be great if it was completely different, because I understand the choices that were made, the reasons it's a duet, the reasons it has the tone it has. Also, just
and again, like we keep saying, oh, there's too much Odysseus.
Yeah.
I think this is one of those ones where you actually need Odysseus. Like you need to build up the dynamic between them because
I just
so much later.
I would have had him do less singing, and again, it's not because he has a bad voice or anything, but just because it would give more texture and allow a song to be a solo more than a duet. I get also why it's a duet. I get that as well. See, so it's like, it doesn't need to be completely different.
I would give this the full duet treatment and then lessen him elsewhere.
That's true. There is a lot there he can be edited better. So I'd say, you can keep this as a duet. So that's why it doesn't need to be completely different, but I
feel like I'm hovering too much over your face.
That's all right. There ain't nothing to see there. So that's I think that's a good call. I just feel bad. Like, no, Athena, don't hate me. I love you.
All right, Polyphemus. Again, if we're rating the animatics, absolute S tier. This one's incredible.
Yeah.
Look at all this food. Look at all these sheep. I can't believe this cave has all this for us to keep. I've gotta hand it to you both.
Yes, famously wild, undomesticated animal, the sheep.
Yes.
Surely there's no owner.
Mm-hmm. You guys do realize you're in a Greek epic, right? Foreshadowing is a technique where...
I do like the processing they put on his voice. I know you have an opinion about it.
No, I can... again, also in a re-listen, and what have you, it's... Especially with the way that this person has shown to portray the Cyclops, it gives, because the problem is that a lot of people's take on the Cyclops as the single-eyed oaf. It makes him like a goofy oaf, like I'm a nugger, doesn't that bother you? Like that kind of doofiness. But with the post-processing here, and it really does make it more sinister.
Yeah, he feels very alien and intimidating.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, like, in the... Like, again, I don't have the subtitles to go to, but his words are sinister. He is... He is the monster that the man becometh.
And just the, like, really alien sensibility to him of, like, he's going to kill all these men because they killed a sheep.
Yeah.
Which, you know, I love John Wick. I get it. But it does,
he's just
like,
John Wicking all of them.
Yeah, he's just John Wicking them. So
Yeah.
really,
Yeah.
Polyphemus did nothing wrong. But,
Hot take, hot take.
It, like, very quickly, between the processing and the lyrics, it very quickly establishes him as an inhuman threat who is going to be very tough to, like, talk around, because it's like he clearly values these sheep more than the lives of these people, which, again, valid.
Yeah, because ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves.
And I would kill all of you for the sake of my dog, so...
Yeah, it's true. He's really just John Wick before John Wick was John Wick.
Yeah.
My name is nobody, nobody,
So close.
Again, this is one of the ones where I don't mind Odysseus being in it, because so much of it is the mental sparring between him and Cyclops.
Yeah. Thumbs up. That seems fair. One for one.
Valid.
Right, sorry. I mean, it's fair.
Right,
This
so-
one goes right into the next one. But
Yeah.
Pete.
So as a song, like, I feel like it's a good scene.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it establishes a clear threat. There's some interesting storytelling going on there. And it gives us more characterization. We learn more about the kind of person Odysseus is. We just had Warrior of the Mind, and this shows off the, like, cunning that Athena talks about him having in that. It sets up the conflict that we're about to get in the next song. Like, as a plot story, as a plot song rather, this works quite well.
Yeah.
As a song, maybe not as much, because there is a lot of exposition in it.
Yeah, I'm putting it... I find that a lot of the ones that are exposition dumps, unless there's something really good about them, or really bad, I think that they default kind of fall in being competent.
Yeah.
Because they don't... And the thing is, they don't have... Like, not all songs have to be bops.
They don't.
And
Especially not in a musical.
in a musical where there is no spoken word, there have to be songs that connect the plot and don't pull focus.
Yeah.
So it's totally fine. It's not a song that I don't... It's not a very coverable song. And that's okay.
No. Yeah, I'm not going to sing this in the shower, but I am glad when it comes up in the musical. Like, when I'm watching the musical, I'm like, oh, I love this part. I love this part.
Yeah. Not for
But
the
I'm not,
song
like...
necessarily, but for the scene.
Yeah, no, I love this part of the musical.
Yeah,
But I'm not like... When I get the album in the car, I'm not like, oh, I gotta skip to this song so I can, you know, bang my head down the highway to it.
Yeah, it's a song that's better for stagecraft or scenecraft than it is for the song, which is good.
It's a good part of the play.
Yes, which is good. It's good because musicals are a multi-layered form of theater.
Yeah.
Of art. You got the visual, the auditory.
Is that a little quiet for you? It's a little quiet.
Yeah, it might be a little
Feels
quiet.
a little quiet. The locked in.
The only thing that would have been better is if he adjusted the glasses. Middle of the face.
Hit him with the Asuga.
Fun fact, the journey would in fact not be over.
Well, because he didn't kill him.
Yeah.
If you had killed him, your journey actually probably would have been over.
It's true. Yeah.
Yeah, Poseidon wouldn't have had beef. He explicitly says it.
Yeah.
He'd have had no beef if he'd killed his son.
Because he wouldn't have been alive to tell him.
Also, this moment is incredibly Sasageo, Sasageo. Hunters rise up.
Yeah, it's
Slay the Titans.
yeah, it's anime, and that's fine. It's one of the inspirations.
I do not hate it at all.
No.
Again, like catchy, like chorus refrain. The 600 lives to take, and having it as a chorus actually works.
Yeah, because
this
600.
instance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. 600 of you couldn't deal with one terrifying one-eyed monster. He's got the
Well,
biggest
again, it's
blind.
not 600 of them.
I
it's
know
a
there's
very
600.
small
Yes.
party of them
Yes.
because the others are on the move.
You can't polite your way out of this
They
one.
killed Soft Boy.
Nope.
He's got a club.
I'm just instantly. This is my specific brand of brain rot. Instantly remembering like Moe from The Simpsons. He's got a board with a nail in
He's
it.
got a board with a nail in it. Yeah, you might not have wanted to announce how many of you there were and where they were. Good job, master tactician Odysseus. Bonk. But oh, he drunk. Okay. I need to just close this window.
So, what I'm gonna say about this song, and you may have other thoughts, is all the things we accuse the musical of being guilty of are on full display here. However, given where it is in the musical, how early we're in, and given what's happening in the scene, I actually think it's all warranted. Like, I like it. I like that the chorus is there. I like, the kind of more epic fight. Like, it's everybody fighting, so it should be dramatic.
I guess. I feel like both. I don't think the songs needed to. I don't think you needed to break it into two songs. I think that the battle with and the introduction of polyphemus, polynomial, it could have been one thing, but I also see why it isn't.
Yeah, I think it could have.
Like, because they do have songs that have tonal shifts in them, and you could do that. It's okay. So especially with the length and the fact that this musical needs somebody to be mean to it, to cut things, to kill your darlings. So that's just like from my super critical point of view. In terms of what it's...
Yeah, look, the two songs could absolutely and probably should have been. Like, there's any... I don't know enough about the making of the musical to know the process or the limitations they might have had. Like, a lot of, and I think we've both said this, a lot of the musical bears the fingerprints of, like, passion project / early project. Like, early career project, anyway. Like, there's...
For all we know, we go into his discography, and it turns out he's, like, authored 12 EPs or something.
Yeah, like, so much of the musical feels like a living project. Like, it's almost like, I don't want to, this isn't quite an accurate way, but it's the closest analogy I can come up with. It feels like serial fiction. Like, like a web comic, you know, like
Yeah. Yeah, like yeah, where
they're
you yeah.
yeah, like it's been going for like 10 years and there's all this like crazy lore and backstory. It's like it's super epic and amazing and awesome if you've been following every update. But if you like tried to condense it all into like, hey, we're making a movie based on this webcomic, and you're like, no, that's a fucking horrible idea. You've got 12 years of dangling plot threads and one-off gags. That sucks. That's gonna suck in an hour and a half.
Good
But
luck.
like
Good luck, editors.
when you've been following it the
Yeah.
whole time, you're like, oh yes, fuck yeah.
Yeah, you can see it in your mind's
You-
eye.
Yeah, the coffee shop arc is essential, bro.
So many memorable moments. I mean, to be fair, the middle tier is generally going to bear the brunt of the choices. Like, that's kind of generally how a tier list happens. And in a musical like this, it probably is a sign of health in it, because of how many songs there are and how long the story is. Although some,
Yeah. I personally like I would put it into bop, but I am comfortable with it being incompetent. But mostly because like again, I think what puts it into bop for me is would I listen to this on its own?
I don't think I
Like
would.
I think I would because on its I think actually listening
The
to it on
girls are
its own would
fighting.
strengthen it for me
Hmm.
because it doesn't suffer from being wedged in between other really, really similar songs. So I think
I could definitely
go on.
listen to this at work, or like it's not something I would actively like cycle to. But it's not something that like I wouldn't be humming along to if it came up on shuffle. That's kind of my like there are
Yeah, I
songs
get
that I
that.
would be tagging off in my playlist shuffle if I was going through it and I was like I want to optimize this for whatever. This one I wouldn't toggle off. I would keep it on.
Yeah.
I think I'd probably keep most of them on.
I think it's also important to remember that as the straight male of our duo,
we'll see how you feel
dying
when we get to
gloriously in
when we get,
I
get
have
to
a
Poseidon's first
racial weakness to
appearance.
dying gloriously in battle. So, you know,
It's
epic
true.
chorus as everyone fights against impossible odds.
It's
Like, all right,
true.
yeah, sure, male fantasy it up for me.
Yeah, straight man. We'll see how you feel when Poseidon shows up.
I have called in sick to work because I've strained my back getting out of bed in the morning. So
So this is definitely right up your alley. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. No, I'm comfortable with it incompetent.
Okay. Nobody has to die. I mean, except for all those people that just died.
Eh.
Yeah, it's fine. This one again. The next few of them don't have really great shots to take, so it'll be fun when we go back and we go, okay, wait, which song is this?
We must move quickly. We don't have much time.
I think this is one of the songs I have
Notice time
this is one of the songs I have problems with.
Mark my words now.
Although I do like the heavier guitar, like yeah.
But Captain,
Sorry,
Yeah,
anyway.
what
yeah.
do we do with our fallen friends?
We leave them. Fuck it.
Remember them
Eh.
when the fire begins to fade. For the fallen and afraid, we are not to let them die. Remember them, we're the ones who carry on. The flames of those are gone, and our comrades will not die
Sorry.
in vain. I need all our hands on this club. This is how we're getting out of here. Use your swords to sharpen a stub and turn it to a giant spear. Let's kill him. His body
Let's kill him.
locked in the path. If we kill him, we'll be stuck inside.
Captain, where do we attack him?
We gotta stab him in the eye.
Yes, sir. Remember them.
Are you?
Begins to fade. For the fallen and afraid, we are not to let them die in vain. Remember them.
We're the ones who carry on.
The flames of those who gone.
And our comrades
R.I.P. Soft Boy.
No!
He was so polites.
Too soft for this world.
There are more of them?
Mhm.
All right, we both have things to say about this song. I will say this bit's great.
Yeah, no, I was literally about to say, regardless of my feelings of it, I like this.
Yeah, this is absolutely a standout beat.
Wait.
Oh,
Let's grab the sheep and away we go.
still gonna kill his sheep though.
Yeah.
Have you forgotten the lessons I taught you?
She's not wrong.
He's still a threat until he's dead.
Listen to Athena.
No?
Hey, Odysseus, the gods aren't always great, or right, or good. But you know what? They're also not. People who take
It is,
rejection
yes.
well.
Yeah. Also, you do a double
Maybe
dump.
don't say no to Athena.
Yeah, he does two stupid things here in quick succession.
He does.
The
He
double
really
wombo
does.
combo.
The next time that you dare, choose not to spare. Remember them. Remember us. Remember me. I'm the reigning king of Ithaca.
Here comes the line.
Yep.
Man nor mythical.
I get it.
Come on. You had to have a better one.
I am the infamous.
It said magical, but you know.
Odysseus.
Here's your screenshot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Let me do a screenshot of this.
Yeah. God, that's so creepy.
Yeah.
It's so creepy.
I can maybe just cut it here. There we go.
All right, so I think this song would be better if it was any one of the 4 different songs they made it in that one song.
Yeah, that's like it was solidly going to be there for me.
Yeah.
Again, they started with like a hard sort of rock ballad kind of thing going on, like a really hard energy, like maybe even
Yeah,
metal. It started
There was
to
like that
yeah.
sort of dirge feel
Yes.
to it of like grim determination. We're all dying, but fight on. Remember our fallen. Blah.
Yeah.
And then it switched to like,
Back
okay,
to
yes, there's the absolute banger moment of Who Hurt You, but before that we've got, he goes back into that kind of like pseudo rap kind of like, here's our plan, everybody do this now, then we're gonna sharpen a spear and and he does the thing from
Yeah.
the first song. And it's like, weren't you guys just like not that? Where did the driving guitars go?
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. I get like and it's like it does a good because the thing is you don't realize how kind of jarring it is when you're just listening to it as part of a big gigantic musical sort of
Yeah.
buffet, but in a listen back and being critical of it just from, you know, a single song standpoint, you do kind of go like, okay, we get it, because they do tend to, and again it's partially because there are so many songs, it is so long, and it makes the repeated kind of uses of them fall from being a good callback to being a crutch, I guess. It was the unkindest way I could think of saying it, and I feel bad. But
Yeah. All right, like now they say those who can't teach. So if we were gonna do this,
I
like
would
what?
like I said, I'm hurting for a dirge right now. I'm hurting for because I like how sad and slow the Who Hurt You is. I do like the lower tempo. I like but I understand how it wouldn't fit, because also he has to do that smarmy thing where he's like, I'm Odysseus. I'm stupid as fuck. I'm doing the thing that is bad and will hurt me. But it looks like a moment of triumph.
I think if I was to do this, I would want the song to stay in that tone from the start where they're doing Remember Them.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see like the darker side of Odysseus. I want to see him angry, and I want to see like what is he capable of doing to somebody when he takes the kid gloves off? Like, he just lost his best friend. His men are all in danger. They're dying. They've got to deal with the Cyclops. So they blind him and they escape the cave. Like, keep it in that sort of, keep the dark guitars, keep that lower register, keep the, like, that chorus backing up, like the Remember Them, you know?
Okay, yeah.
Because that's, and I kind of like, I like the chords of, like, Remember Them, you know, when the fire, da 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 da, like,
Yeah.
they kept hammering that early on.
Mm.
I would keep that up until, like, Who Hurt You?
Yeah.
Then you break. Like, you take your quick break there to do the Who Hurt You? And that can be the bit that sort of shakes Odysseus out of his reverie
There's
of,
more
like,
of
all right,
them?
he's locked in, he's in full on murder mode, and then he gets to the, like, Who Hurt You bit, and he sees, like, oh, help's not coming for the Cyclops. We could just leave. The fight could be over now,
Mm.
which is a mistake, but, like, that would be where he thinks that. And so they get onto the ship, and then he has his moment, his, like, hubris moment of, you know, hey, actually, fuck you. You were a dick. It didn't have to go down like that. You harshed the vibe. I'm Odysseus.
Yeah, humble brag. Yeah, you
Yeah.
know what they
I would
say,
change
humble
a
and
lot of the
victor.
lyrics at the end there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you stay in that initial dark driving tone
Yeah.
right up until Who Hurt You. And at that point, it would almost be a different song. Again, it suffers from having to be like 4 different songs in one song.
Yeah, I mean, also if they had condensed or essentially recut these, like,
Yeah, combine those two for sure.
mhm.
But yeah, if you're going
or
to
you
have
could
this,
have possibly combined these two.
possibly
Less likely because
well,
yeah.
Yeah, I think, again, if we were to restructure the whole thing, you would do, I would do the Polyphemus encounter,
Mhm.
because that, I can actually see why they split it, because you've got the part of the encounter where they're bantering and negotiating and Odysseus is trying to outwit them.
Yeah.
Then it fails, so you've got the fight.
And also they cut it
Uh,
on the death. So,
yeah, they cut it on the death,
which is
so you've
very
got
anime.
them fighting.
And also musical.
And then the song right after it is still, but that's the problem, is because the song right after it is still them fighting,
Yes.
then the resolution of the fighting,
Yes.
and then the setup for the rest of the trouble they're having with his doxing himself.
Yes. It's, yeah.
So yeah, the cuts are awkward, but if I had to keep the song as it is, you know, all the story beats being where they are, that's how I'd do it. I'd keep it somber and grim and, like, dark.
I wouldn't fall back to the
Have your
battle music, I don't think.
From Survive, you mean?
Yeah, for the fact that, like, because it's like, hey, we fought, we escaped, and then it's like, okay, but also here's some more fighting.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it would be great if it was different.
Essentially. Oh yes, this one. This is, and this
Again,
is,
my tall woman bias is gonna make this so hard.
yeah, being mean to Athena signs.
Sentimental at best. That's not a teaching of mine. You've grown soft. Your dead friends can attest. Put your
Damn.
emotions aside. You're a warrior, meant to lead the rest. I don't know where I went wrong, but I warned you, and you failed the test. So now I'm gone. This way, you'll know what your place is. This way, you can't cross the line. This way, when all is over, you'll keep yours and I'll keep mine. This way, you won't disappoint me. This way, you won't waste my time. This way, I'll close the door. Consider this as my goodbye.
That's just like you. Why should I be surprised? Selfish and prideful and vain, unlike you. Every time someone dies, I'm left to deal with the strain. What's a title? that he got his good land. If I'll never sleep at night, I'll remind you I saw you as a friend. But now we're done this way. You're out of my head now. This way, you won't plague my life. This way, when all is done, you're out of sight and out of mind. This way, you get what you wanted. This way,
You know, a breakup song doesn't have to be a duet.
this way, close the door and have your
I know that you want to have your words in, but
I'm not looking for a friend. I mistook you for a general.
All right, if we don't want this VOD to be 4 hours, we probably shouldn't watch all of these.
Yeah.
fully. We've gotten
I know what I'm
The
going to say
song.
about the rest of the song.
yeah.
Yeah, and
I would say you go.
it's funny because as a song
Also, your
on its
screenshot should be that bit at the end where all the hands are holding him back and he's reaching out to her.
Which one?
Yeah, something from around there.
Here?
And anywhere around the end here.
Oh.
Or even when she's like looking back at him.
We'll just do
all
this one.
pissed off.
And odd that the Athena's song we're using a picture of Odysseus. It kind of brings up my point about it. This song would be great if it was a solo.
It would be.
Like I know I get it. You're
Yeah.
like, haha. Odysseus doesn't always need to get his word in. He really doesn't. This should be her just straight up admonishing him and being like, "Yo, you fucked up. I'm outie. Bye. Like this is my Torchlight song. Like I'm out."
Yeah. He should be in the song, but he shouldn't get like verses to himself. He
No.
should get lines.
Yeah. And I hate saying this because again, love Athena's voice. All of her songs would be better if they had generally I can Warrior of the Mind, I can see it more. I think it's more fair because it is a more friendly sparring kind of thing. This one, she's mad at him and he doesn't really get to have a say. I don't feel like, especially,
Yeah.
foreshadowing wise, he's wrong.
Yeah, I feel like it's more in character with how the gods tend to be as well. If this is less a story about them breaking up and more her abandoning him.
Yes.
Like this should be him like I think if Odysseus is going to be in the song at all, it should be him not fully comprehending what he's just done
Mm-hmm.
and what's about to happen.
Yeah.
He should be like in sort of stunned disbelief and a little bit of fear. This should be Athena being like, "You have completely failed me. I'm turning my back on you."
I'm leaving you. We're not breaking up.
Yeah.
I'm leaving you. Which is again
Yeah.
a reason why it should be like a solo.
It's like you have failed me.
I would
yeah.
recut this into a solo. And
Yeah, I'd make her angrier. I'd give Odysseus no room to fight back because they're too much like equals in this.
Which,
And
yeah.
I know that I can see why they do it because they're setting up his like hubris of like, "Oh, I don't need you, Athena. I'm plenty smart enough to do this on my own." It's like, no, you're fucking not, and it comes back to bite him later.
Mm,
But I also think because their big key moment where they reunite later is when he calls out to her when he's stuck on Calypso's island, right?
yeah.
And I feel like it does kind of work with the way they've set it up, where it's like his pride had him turn his back on her a little bit, as well as her turn her back on him.
Mm,
But I feel like the moment would work just as well if this was more like her completely giving him a full dressing down, like just ripping them to shreds. And then later, his call to her would be more like, "I see what you were saying to me now. I'm so sorry." I think it still works, and it would give her a much stronger song much earlier in the musical.
Yes. Yes, I concur. Let me just 1 second. I got
Yeah.
one of the best viewer thingies. I gotta get out of here.
Bye, bot.
I will also now need to initiate my own. Nah, I can't because I realize my things won't show up in the chat box. Yeah, so it would be great, completely different. A soft,
The
completely
way I'm not
different.
even VIP in your chat. My God.
Oh my
All
god.
this free content.
Oh
For
my
what?
god. Oh my
For
god.
what?
I'm the worst. Ends up banning you. I don't even know how to make you. I don't even know how to promote you. Oh god, I'm so bad at. I'm so bad
It
at.
literally doesn't matter. We should move on.
Good, good. Yeah. I think the next one is going to be another one of those ones where I'm just like, yeah, okay, bye. The trumpets.
That's maybe my biggest criticism of the musical is they could have used 40 to 60% more Lou Bega.
It's generally my problem with all musicals, is that they need more Lou
I
Bega.
would say, like, I slogged my way through Les Mis, and the whole time I was just thinking,
Bring in
when
the
is Lou
trumpets.
Bega showing up? Yeah. When are they bringing in the trumpets? Where are Rita and Jessica?
I was about to say,
Like, come on.
how do you work cassette and Eponine into Mambo number 5?
Lou Bega would find a way.
Yeah. Okay, this is a really quick, this is a short song, thank goodness. It's a nothing burger of a song, no offense.
It is, yeah.
It's very similar to see, I have to scroll up, Full Speed Ahead. It's just a slightly tonally different version. So like it's wild to think that we would rate this above. Again, like it's the way that they're being graded. It's just the scale that they're being graded on. It's nothing against them.
Yeah. Like the thing is, there's nothing incredible about it, but I also don't know what I would put in its place. Like with
I think
Full
it
Speed
might not
Ahead,
need to
I know
exist.
how I'd Well, yeah, there's that.
Like that's what.
But if it, yeah, I think, it probably just like I know they want something that plants them right at the wind god, right?
But that's not even the thing. There's a song. There's a
That's the next
song.
big plot point.
Yes, but there's a song after this one. But before Keep Your Friends Close. That's why I'm like, why?
Yeah, I think it probably could have wound up on a cutting room floor.
Yeah, yeah.
There's nothing in isolation. There's nothing inherently wrong with it.
No.
But in the musical, I just don't see why it needs to be there.
Yeah, I'd say it's completely competent, but it just.
Yeah. Especially in a musical that suffers from main character fatigue so much.
Yeah.
You've heard the legends of the island in the sky. This proves they're true. We're in the home of the wind god. We don't know for sure.
This one's interesting because, again, narratively, it doesn't necessarily have to exist.
I'm gonna climb to the top and ask him for a hand. You could be caught.
But it is a bop. I do like hearing the chord progression. I'm like, oh yeah, dun 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 dun. Like it comes back to mind. But at the same time,
Okay, so this bit.
yes, this part, kneeling.
We just
And that phrase as well, very
Okay.
important.
So this whole song exists for that bit because they call back to it so much, and it establishes, like, I get what you're saying about another song that you could probably cut. I feel like this song needs to exist more so than the last one because it establishes the doubts the crew are starting to have about
Yes.
Odysseus and the choices he's making.
Mhm.
And it also really highlights not only that, they've taken losses and they're starting to feel a little nervous about his leadership to this point, but also like, hey, you're taking a lot of chances with more lives than your own.
Yeah.
And I don't think you're getting that,
Yeah.
which is a valid doubt. Like, and I do think we need more of the crew.
Yeah.
So I would say, like, this song, you could probably shorten it up, or more than anything, like, and it does show that divide a little bit later in the song as well, where Odysseus calls him down and is like, hey, you need to stop second guessing me in front of the crew. Like, I'm in charge, let me be in charge. Which, if this wasn't a musical and was a play, I would really, really like that scene. you could maybe cut it for time in this case because it stretches the song out.
Mm,
But it is nice to, see a commanding officer actually act like a commanding officer for once
yeah.
in
Yeah,
in
no,
any fiction.
it's not it's not bad. It's not tonally. It doesn't like nah. Like I'd say it's competent.
Yeah,
It,
I'd put it incompetent. I think it's a hard one to get rid of because you do so much need that you rely on wit and then we
yeah.
die on it.
Well, the problem
Like
is
that callback.
there's that the thing is they kind of can't decide which one. They're like, and it does bother me when listening through and being like, yeah, actually, when does a man become a monster, or is it about your wit? And like that, because the problem is the story shifts because he becomes a monster by the end of it. He's not relying on his wit. He's basically just like whatever it takes to get home.
Yeah, well, I mean, on that same front, they do kind of in if that's the way you're looking at it, they do kind of dovetail because the whole thing is
Yeah, as he loses his
this
humanity,
song is
he
calling him
stops.
out for
Yeah,
his wit. It's like, hey, you keep trying these like clever solutions and they keep getting us killed. So then his turn is like, fuck planning, fuck wit. We need to just start murking people.
yeah. That's fair. I can take that reading of it. Yeah. I guess the easiest way would be like this section from My Goodbye, Storm, and Luck Runs Out. I probably would have done completely differently. Even remember them. Like
Yeah.
this span of 4 songs, I think that I would modify them enough that it wouldn't be recognizable as it currently is. I would just do it different.
Yeah, I think if we were rebuilding this from the jump, this would be the section that would get probably some of the heaviest editing.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Let's move on. I'm hoping that we both know where this one needs to live.
I feel like I know where this one lives in my heart.
Yes.
Great wind god Aeolus, I don't
Shut
know
up!
if you know this,
Although, yeah, okay, good rhyme though.
is blocked by an impenetrable storm. I ask for your assistance so we at last can go the distance.
Hercules.
Perfect winds for us and aid our journey home.
It's funny that the last song is so much.
And turning, I give the fire enough to stay burning. Let's play a game.
A game?
That's what I'm serving. And if you
She's serving. She's serving cunt.
take a look right here at this bag,
Which is a good thing.
has the winds of the storm all trapped. All you gotta do is not open this bag.
Sounds too easy, what's the catch?
Friends close and your enemies closer. Never really know who you can trust. If they wanna get the bag open, you gotta say no, sir. Sometimes killing is a must.
What?
What?
Again, I love a bigger drop, like a complete audio dropout.
Yeah.
Like not just a rest, give me a full four count.
Captain,
Ah.
what's trapped in that bag? Something dangerous, friends, we mustn't lag. It's treasure. Open the bag. Let's see what you got.
Again, narratively, I understand it.
Everybody listen closely. See how this bag is closed. That's how it's supposed to be. This bag has the storm inside. We cannot let the treasure rumor fly. We'll try.
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Never really know who you can trust.
Now I wanna get the bag open so they can have closure.
Sometimes sneaking is a must.
Cause the end always justifies the means.
Everything's changed since polities. So
Keep your
Polities, they got it.
for 9 days I've stayed wide awake, trying to make it home with no storm.
Okay, again, here's the thing.
I feel like we're either gonna have the exact same opinion on this or
Yeah.
radically different ones.
I understand why we're cutting back to Odysseus and everything like that. I would just prefer to have, again, solos. I'm a big fan of not overcomplicating a lot, especially when there's so many songs. Have Aeolus do the narrative here. Like, yes, just give her it. Be like, haha, he's gonna fuck up. Aha, look, they're opening the bag. Like, do that.
Yeah.
You don't have to. You can do like an overarching third-person omniscient narrator sort of thing, and take it away from Odysseus here, because the song is better the less he is in it. Easy. But it is a fucking bop.
Yeah, I get that, like, you especially have a lot of Odysseus fatigue, and absolutely that is probably the biggest problem that the musical suffers from. I've softened on it, I think. Like, I think it's a problem more with me because I think I'm just used to it now. Like,
It
I've
becomes-
heard it
yeah.
enough that I'm just like, oh, that's just the way that is. I say for me,
Mm.
I would say that I'm listening to this on a loop.
I agree.
sick of it.
I agree. And no, mostly
Yeah,
not because
like-
of Odysseus's part, but because of
Yeah,
not
we can
his
sit
part.
here and rewrite parts of this song all day long, but at
Yeah.
the end of the day, it is such a, ironically enough, breath of fresh air compared to
Just as
everything we've heard
planned.
up until now.
Yeah.
Like, the vocalist, she's so fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's so
Haha.
poppy and fun and catchy.
Yeah.
It's a bop. It makes me like bop my head.
Yeah.
I'm still like humming the tunes in my head after I stop
Yeah.
listening to it.
I feel
the
like
cadence is drilled into me.
there's a reason that Popular from Wicked is such a good song, despite not being nearly as vocally or like storytelling. It's a fun song. Right?
Yeah,
This is
it's
This
fun.
is popular in that sort of way, and they could have kept it that way. Especially if they had kept that third person omniscient, like just make her the narrator, because she doesn't give a shit if these guys are at sea forever, and she's like, haha, they opened the bag,
No.
losers.
Yeah.
La 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 la, I'm gonna make you lost for years.
Yeah. I mean, plot wise, I get like you do need the bit with the crew stealing the bag
Yeah.
and like Odysseus trying to keep his eyes open.
Mm.
You don't need to linger on his imagined conversation with Penelope quite
Yeah.
as long. Like, we get it. He wants to get home to his wife. He misses his wife. He's
Yeah.
tired. He's been up 9 days in a row.
Yeah.
You could probably cut it down to a line rather than a verse.
Yeah. And also just not linger on it, yeah. But
Yeah.
sometimes killing is a
Okay, now-
must. You're gonna be very heterosexual throughout this, I'm sure.
Incredibly heterosexual. Happy Pride.
It's okay to be gay. It's the month of Pride. You can thirst for Poseidon all you want. Poseidon.
God, this animator just fucking.
Oh, the hair flip.
Like, you didn't need to do that, is the thing.
Pissed off. I tried to chill with the waves, but damn, you crossed the line. I've been so gracious, and yet you hurt the son of mine. That's right.
Angry God.
You made line
Line
is mine.
is mine.
Yes.
Without a choice. Yes, the darkness is swimming with the sun. I gotta make you bleed. I need to see you drown. But before you go, I need to make you run.
Sorry, I'm humming along and I know that's awful, but
No, I get it. I'm fighting very hard not to do the same. And failing.
I also love that line.
Yo! Bass take alert.
That's what I hate. Cause you fight to save lives, but won't kill and don't get the job done. I mean, you totally could have avoided all this had you just killed my
Just
son.
killed my son.
Yeah.
Kill my son,
But no,
Odysseus.
but no.
Don't be a pussy. Kill my son.
Yeah, do it.
Kill my son. Do it.
Now.
Do it, you wuss. Kill my son. Kill my son.
Unlike you, I've got no mercy left to give, 'cause ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves.
I'm allowed to talk over it because this is a rank song. This is a ranking thing.
We are.
I wish that the phrase I get the phrase. I wish it was less clunky.
And now it is finally time.
You know, it's funny you mention that because thinking about it in isolation, yeah, absolutely. We've probably heard enough of this.
Yeah.
I think we know where it's going.
Cutting the songs isn't because we don't love them.
You can find an incredibly sexy thumbnail for us while we talk about this.
The one that's on it is perfect, so I'm just gonna
Perfect.
grab it from
Excellent.
there.
All right, so yeah, it's funny you mentioned that because on paper, yes, ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves is clunky,
Yes.
and I 100% never think about it in the moment listening
Which
to
is
that
which
singer.
is a good which is a testament to the overall quality of the song.
Yeah, it's such a credit to the vocalist that they got for this. Like the person they cast is incredible at this
I
because
mean,
he's
this is
got
yeah.
that like
It's that
he does
rasp.
angry so good.
Yeah.
It's that smoky rasp that is different to some of the other rasps we hear. Like
Yeah.
this one does that manic anger
Yeah.
so well.
And I know that I said I wanted to hear him more as a baritone, but also I understand because then it makes him maybe too similar to Zeus. But they are brothers.
Yeah.
But I do want to say I want to hear the full range of this guy's voice. I do want to know if he can give me a really deep rumbly baritone because it would probably it would feel really nice.
I think a baritone would be nice. I do think, given the option, I prefer him in the range he's in now.
Yeah.
Just because I like that kind of like the baritone would be good for the gathering storm.
Yeah.
But if this is the storm breaking, like his voice as it is in the tone it is now,
I feel
feels like
yeah.
barely contained violence that's just starting to spill over.
Maybe do a bit
And I
more
think that's
post-processing to it, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, but I think that's where I want Poseidon is in that kind of like barely controlled to the point where it's almost not quite controlled rage.
Yeah. I think the real question is, where is it going?
You know, I'd put this one in. I'd be happy in either if you have strong opinions. I think I'd put it in loop personally, just because, again, much like Keep Your Friends Close, the song is such a nice change of pace. It's a very different voice to what we've heard up until now.
Yeah.
It fits the plot well.
Yeah.
It's a very key plot moment that I think is executed pretty nicely. It establishes Poseidon. It does. So it kind of does everything I need it to. You've got strong
And,
characterization. You've got strong plot progression. You've got really nice singing. And the song is, it's a bop. So I'd loop this one.
Yeah. It's always nice when it's a bop that is also doing all of its job as a song in a musical. So that's really cool. This is it's definitely a standout song for a reason. So that's neat. All right. And now to put it in.
Puppeteer.
Yeah. Conversely, where ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves works. Yeah, I think we can kind of almost skip half of this. Not to be rude, but
we can skip ahead to the part where he's telling them about how they ran into trouble. Back a little bit. Back. There. Oh no, wait.
Yeah, when she turns them into pigs, comes all the way to...
Hang on. Here.
Yeah. Note that this comes a minute and 38 seconds in.
You spoke over the joke.
Sorry, I did it again.
But no, that is...
Yes, it's women. No, I knew it was coming. I thought I could get it out before.
What was it? A woman. What?
There you go.
There's the screenshot. Sorry. This...
Whole reason for this song.
Yes.
What is woman?
Woman.
No, that best joke in the musical.
I mean, both of them are kind of the same. Where it's also never once has he cheated on his wife. Release him.
Yeah, that's also incredible. Yeah, no, actually, that might be my favorite one.
It's a shame because but in terms of, I actually wanted to get to Cersei's bit because again, it's one of those. Shout us in just 2 words. Come inside.
Come inside.
Yes. Again, like cut out the first 1 minute and 38 seconds of the goddamn song, pretty much.
Let me bring you all something to eat. I bet you're tired from the years spent on your feet. I've got you, don't worry.
I just...
It's got you now.
I want her to say the line at least once.
It was far too late. For inside the meal,
Think of your
she had
past
cast a spell.
and your
They
mistakes.
began to squeal
They'll be the
and grow
last
snouts and tails.
mistakes you'll
She
make.
changed them.
I've got
All the power.
I've got all the power. No, I'm not a player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't play, I puppeteer, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we both have thoughts.
Yes.
Going back to what you said about cutting out that first sort of minute and a half.
Mm.
If we were listening to this as a song on its own,
Yes.
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 But I do feel like you need some exposition in between the encounter with Poseidon and the encounter with Cersei.
Yes, because of the difference in tone. I do get like the de-escalation
Like,
necessary.
what would you spin it that like minute and a half off into its own song? Like, what would you do there?
I'd probably bring the tempo down even further and shorten it and just have like a really quick denouement kind of drop off from it. And then just sort of do like the kind of the wash away of it, like bring in the sort of temptation thing and be like, oh, you poor boy, poor boy, suffer, Poseidon's so mean. Cersei's
So
got
would you have the exchange with what is it, Eurylochus? Would you have the exchange between him and Odysseus where he's trying to confess to Odysseus about the bag?
I understand it, but I also feel like it could be it can be conveyed without even like dialogue. Like it's something because the thing
Like, how would you
exists
do it?
in visual medium. I would have it simply conveyed through like eyes to the bag, cut away, hand reaching out, stopping, looking away in shame. Like completely no words.
Would it read as him trying to confess to Odysseus that he opened the bag, or would it read more like him trying to comfort Odysseus over what's happened?
I mean, it's all in how you kind of portray the eyes and the look away. Like, I can see it very, very visually in my head in terms of like if it was animated. And because I don't need it, depending on how they show it based and keep your friends close and everything like that. It might not need to be that big of a moment. And yeah, I don't think it needs a lot, just because it becomes a sort of belaboring of the point. And yeah, I like when the song picks up where it's Cersei being like, don't worry, I've got you. Like that's yeah, it's exactly Poseidon kicked your ass.
Curious about, what do you think about, because again, this is another one of those like 3 songs in one song.
Yeah.
Because we've got the opening sort of very typical orchestral arrangement that the rest of the musical falls into, of the conversation where he's trying to confess and then he's told to go scout the island.
Yeah.
Then they come back and we get Eurylochus' like rap breakdown.
Yeah. I would probably keep that in. Maybe just
Hamilton.
Yeah. I would probably keep that in, make it more staccato. Because it would probably be a good beat shift. Like have sort of like a musical wash away, fade out the wave sounds. They've come to an island, and it picks up on the like, yo, we scouted ahead. Like you don't need to tell them to scout ahead and then have them. You can do a like you do it later on. You do not have to walk through every action that is taken.
So I see why they did it.
Yes.
In that they're trying to show the weight of command on Odysseus and how he's sort of tiring of that, and he's like run out of decisions to make. He's got no witty plan. He's like, I can't really think right now. I can't talk to you about this right now. Could you just go like scout the island or something?
Yeah, I get it.
As a characterization point, I like having it in there, but I do also agree that like it's a very long moment for a song.
Well, it's also like this entire like, again, further, like Scylla only gets one song. That entire encounter gets one song, and I feel like it's because they realized that they didn't have as much room to breathe. They were running out of time. Cersei, as much as I love the story in it, it gets like 4.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Something
Yeah.
along there.
Yeah.
Like Cersei is an important character in terms of pointing them towards the prophet, teaching them how to get home.
Even though the
but
prophet ends up being a big old nothing burger.
yeah,
Again, like
the
this
whole
is
trip to Hades. Again, if we were taking, but we're not doing our like, how would we recut?
no. I mean,
Epic.
kind of a little because I
All
can't
right,
step
if
away
if
from
we're
it.
well, we are a little bit, but we can't help it because we're assholes.
Yeah.
But if we're ranking this as the song,
Mm.
I would say like I would either want to, as you say, cut a lot of what happens before Cersei,
Hmm.
or spin off into something entirely its own and have Cersei get her own section separately.
With a different call,
Though
with a different chorus.
I think, yeah, I think cutting or shortening it might be better. I like the tone shift again.
Hmm.
We need all the tone shifts we can get in
Yes.
this musical because we tend to be a
Yes.
little monotonous otherwise.
Yes.
So Eurycles is great. Cersei's vocalist
Also
does
great, yeah.
wonderful work. Absolutely love her voice, and
Mhm.
it's a phenomenal characterization of Cersei.
Yeah.
As her voice is like, it's got this mellifluous, welcoming,
Mm-hmm.
gentle, playful tone, but
Yeah.
she's able to sneak some menace in there.
And the refinement.
She gives,
the, like, I'm a lady.
there's the refinement and a kind of like older sort of matriarchal vibe to her of like, yes, she's got all her daughters there. She's a woman of experience. She's not in any way questioning who she is or what she's capable of. Like,
She's in
she's
the
very
MILF.
confident.
She's a nymph, mommy.
Yeah,
I'd like to.
yeah.
She's in the MILF.
Yeah. Yeah. She's exactly that.
Yes. But I have problems with the song. Not.
Yeah, I think this would be great if it was completely different. I like everyone in it and I like what they're all doing. I just wish they were all doing it differently and in a different way.
Yeah. Yeah, like that's what keeps it out of, I think, I'm just disappointed in it. In that there are good things, they're just, I want them done differently.
Yeah, there's so many great moments in that song, and it just doesn't quite come together.
Yeah.
Okay, here, now this one, we're gonna have some thoughts on too.
Mm-hmm.
I must say, what a brilliant speech you gave.
Who goes there?
Just a friend who could help you save your men. A foe like Cersei's not to be messed with. You want to beat her, you'll need the blessing of a certain god. Divine intervention, someone who's not afraid to send a message. Hermes?
Eyes.
Wouldn't you like a taste of the power? Wouldn't you like to use more than words? Deep in the night, the fight lasts for hours.
You see?
Hurt so you can beat her. Wouldn't you like to have some of the magic? Wouldn't you like
Look at my rod.
preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic.
Sick rod.
Mm.
Again, artists, the round fuckboy glasses were an inspired choice.
And correct. Big Onceler energy.
Yeah.
That'll grind you to the bones. She has all the ways to hurt ya when you take her on a love. Wouldn't you like a taste of
Snaps.
Wouldn't you like to use more than words? Deep in the night, the fight lasts for hours. You can be hurt or you can be turned. Wouldn't you like to have some of the magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conquer her. Oh, here in the root of this flower, there lies such a power to take her on. You must
Now take Molly with me.
Yeah.
I know it's not
Do
pronounced.
Molly with your granddad, Odysseus.
It's only for a moment.
Do Molly with Grandpa.
Great grandson of Hermes. Well,
Right?
he's got Hermes blood in him, which is why
Holy
Hermes keeps showing up
moly.
in the-
Lift. Okay. I'm just gonna just because yes, I know it's a bop. Don't worry.
Yeah, it is. All right, so I have some very strong thoughts about this song.
Okay.
Personally, I think this song mostly exists for the chorus,
Mm-hmm.
which is peak,
Peak.
incredible chorus.
Yes.
You're right. From what you said last time, I would love some snaps or hi hats or just percussion in there over that. Even some claps along with the chorus would be nice. But incredible chorus. That said, this song probably doesn't need to exist
I mean,
in terms of the story.
it really doesn't. It could be like
the introduction of Hermes is important because he's a recurring character. But like this whole thing is really just an excuse to have that voice actor or that vocalist, that singer, just absolutely fucking vamp.
Yeah.
And he owns it. He
Yes.
crushes it. It's phenomenal. You could cut this for time.
You
and it would
could.
break my heart if you did. But you could. You could.
But like the other thing that I'd say it's a criticism of it is you like. I don't know if you'll notice the leitmotifs. The one for the gods is synths, like electronic and what have you.
Yeah.
That's where they use them. It backs off of it a lot to the point where I was second guessing if I was correct in that assumption.
It does in this. This is also that weird one because he's got a much stronger accent later on.
Yeah.
In his other song. I don't know where this song fell in the production schedule, but I'm wondering what the difference between those two was in the timeline.
Yeah.
The other thing that confuses me about this song is that I don't understand how plot-wise it fits in with the message of the story, because typically speaking, in any other story, somebody is saying, hey, wouldn't you like a taste of power? Wouldn't you like to be the one in charge? Wouldn't you like to, have a little control of your own? That would be bad. That would be tempting you into doing something wrong. Except in this case, it's 100% right. You just eat the magic flower Hermes gives you and it fixes everything.
Yeah.
It fixes literally all your problems. Giving into temptation and eating the magic drug fixes 100% of your problem.
It is the Deus Ex Machina.
Do drugs with your dad. Kids,
Yeah, do drugs with dad.
Your dad.
Do drugs with
drugs
daddy.
with your dad.
Please don't
Stop watching.
Please don't clip
Hang
that.
up the stream. Go do drugs with
Hang
your
up
dad.
the stream. You sound like my mother. Hang up the video game.
Yeah, hang up the video game and go do Molly
and you
with your
pause
father.
it because you have to go to Molly with daddy.
I think
it's
go do drugs with your dad right
I know
now.
that's
a weird
thing to say. Anyways, just before
I'd put it in. It's a real bop, like
with the big asterisk.
But the trouble is, it's a bop, but that's kind of all it is.
Yeah,
like it doesn't really fit.
But that's okay sometimes.
It's
and again,
a good song that they dropped it in the middle.
If this section was tighter, it could exist. But because again, we're 4 songs in this essentially aside in this side story
arc.
Yes, on the Cersei arc. Everything when you get to the tournament arc.
Is this whole this is the tournament arc. Like this is a filler arc. This is a really good filler arc that you super enjoy. But if you were telling somebody to watch the anime, you're like, you could skip that if you wanted to.
It's also
like it's 400 episodes. I get it. It's a fun arc, but you could skip it.
But yeah, it also does meet the tournament arc in terms of like it's generally something that is. It's before things tend to get deep and dark and like grim for reals. So yeah, this all fits. But yeah, let's. I feel like again. Yes, I get it. He is a guitar.
Lady of the palace, sorry that I asked this, but I hope that I've been misinformed. I sent out some scouts
Flat.
to take a look around through here, and they wound up at your doors. Through the years we seldom get a warm welcome, so I must ask just to be sure. Did you do something to them?
I know I think that's supposed to be a flat on purpose, but it sounds weird.
You turn them into pigs.
I do like the playfulness and smugness in his voice.
Yeah.
Like coming in, he knows he's got the flower. He's feeling himself.
Yeah. He's feeling himself.
I would have liked if she matched his energy there.
He starts and then it does this, and this is the part of the song where you lost me. Right here. Like I don't know if you remember, it just wasn't that long ago, but this is where I was like, all right, yeah, we're gonna get like a Tango Roxanne, we're gonna get like an adversarial duet. Nope.
Yeah.
Nope,
Yeah.
they faked
you were
me out.
100% right.
They
That's
faked
what
me
we
out.
should have gotten.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. But yeah, like it.
I've got people to protect, nymphs I can't neglect, so I'm not
And the thing is, it still has that the
If you make
drum, the
then you're done for. Anything I don't approve, then you're done
see, and then it does it.
Put a spell on you and you're done for.
See, you could even keep the lyrics the same.
You
Make her
could.
sing this
See,
higher.
and then it goes
make
back.
it
Yeah.
more playful. Make it enjoyable. Because her voice is perfect for that threat with a smile
Yes.
tone. Her singing like all of this one wrong move and you're done for, but with a big, very polite, lovely smile on her face. Like,
Yeah.
oh, hello, welcome to my house. If
Yeah.
you put 1 foot out of line, I'll cut your balls off and wear them as a necklace.
Here's my collection of
that sort of
of ball necklaces. I use them as beads. I use them in my beadwork. Yeah, and I get like this, and also because they both think they're operating from a position of power, the smug sort of like, eh. I'm just gonna grab the screenshot from here in a minute. From there we are. Just because
again, you were eager for a patter song, and I feel like this is another good place you could have dropped a patter song.
You could have done
as
a
well.
patter song. I do like the idea. I think that the strings that they had going on in the beginning, I think that the tempo they set there was perfect, and then they
Yeah. Yeah, a tango would have been probably the best thing there.
like
I
I
would have liked a
would
tango.
normally be this would be great if it was completely different, but because I'm so mad about it,
Yeah, I am disappointed in it, I have to admit. And again, I'm disappointed for different reasons than Storm. I'm disappointed because there's so much in there that I really, really enjoy.
yes.
Like, they had every element there in front of them and they put it together. It's like you gave them the Lego set and they built something completely different out of it that's worse.
Yeah. Its
Like, you
creativity is
spent
great.
$7,000 getting them the Millennium Falcon.
I knew you were gonna
and
say
they
I was
used
going
it to build. Yeah, they've instead like built an immaculately designed outhouse, and it's like it's an impressive outhouse you built. It's a really good outhouse, but it's not what it should have been.
Yeah. Again, like this isn't all of the songs are very like none of these songs are incompetent. That's not what we're saying.
Yeah,
And in order for you to hate something, it means you have to want to love it. The opposite of
and I don't even hate it. Like
no,
again,
I don't hate
own,
it. I'm just saying.
I enjoy the song because like they're both good singers to listen to. I like listening to them.
Yes.
But taken in context of the musical, like I wanted this song to be so different, and it was really heading down that path.
Yeah.
And like for it to be in, this would be great if it was completely different. It's like I really wanted this to be different, but I can see why it wasn't.
Yes.
With Disappoint, it's like I wanted this to be different, and I feel like you've hurt the musical by not going that direction.
Yeah. If anything,
I'm right. I'm more right than your creative impulses.
which is obviously, if anything, putting this song in completely competent would be more insulting because it would not acknowledge the fact that it could have been so much better. This song doesn't have to be completely competent. That's not what has to happen here. Some songs do have to be competent in service of the musical, and if they do sit there, it's generally not like a slight against them. It's you're serving your purpose to the plot without standing out too much. Somebody has to be an NPC. And this song didn't need to be an NPC, and it didn't need to be what it was. So yeah.
All right.
Now this one again, it also could have been rolled into this one
Yeah.
because this one also sort of it's a soft. It also would have been good because you could have gone into the softer this beat to it because this one is also very tango.
And again, it feels backwards because they should have started with this energy.
Yeah.
This like,
and then he turns and
playful
goes
back and
lol.
forth.
Yeah.
Want to save your men from the fire. Show me that you're willing to burn.
Who's to say with the mistakes I've made
Don't be
that they will be the last
Think of your
But then this time it's Odysseus who's letting the side down because he's not able to keep up with the playful energy.
Yeah.
He goes all angsty and starts bitching about his bitch wife.
Yeah.
This is the price we pay love. There is no line.
Now say about what about your? But when does a man become a monster? When he cheats on his wife?
There's no perfect
I can't.
Yeah, the number of times that he. Yeah, thank you. The number of times that they do the whole
Sorry,
pretty
go on,
women.
Odysseus. Bore me. Continue boring me with your wife talk, Odysseus.
And they also do it a number of times. They do it with Calypso too, and again, it takes away from their song. I understand the fact that, like, yes, I've heard the Disney song where they do the back and forth. Oh, but I can't. Doing it multiple times is it does.
Yeah,
I mean,
you know,
yeah,
ultimately, this song just feels like one that you would cut for time.
yeah. Or again, if you make them both, if you make Done For and There Are Other Ways, like, yeah, things need to be cut from this section because
I would probably keep this one and cut Done For. Like, I love the cadence so much more in this and the dynamic between them of like, they both know they can't quite kill each other, so now they have to kind of
come to some sort of
they
friendly
still
state
want
of
to kill each
Katana.
other, but they have to kind of negotiate around it. Like, that's the energy I want them to keep throughout the whole encounter.
Yeah. It just where does it sit then? Like,
Yeah, I'd put it in, I'm gonna put it in disappointed as well, because again, I love what they're capable of, and it hurts that they aren't doing it.
yes. None of these are reaction to Cersei as a character or what they it's just it's
No, as a character, the murderous sexual assaulting witch who turns men into pigs is absolutely my jam. I don't want to fix her. I want her to make me worse.
yes.
Mommy, please.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, the entire arc is I think this arc probably was my peak frustration with the musical, and then I came back around in the second half. They got me in the second half, not gonna lie.
Yeah, again, it's not dislike, it's disappointment purely because we do like them so much and we know how good it could be if it was different.
In our opinion, in our very flawed,
in our
stupid
opinion.
face opinion of stupid
In my
people.
objectively correct opinion. I have never loved a single mentally stable woman, and I never will.
Tell me you've never loved a single mentally stable woman without telling me.
No matter what we hear, full speed ahead.
See, that's a fine callback.
The prophet,
But it's a callback to like
Something that doesn't.
we don't really
Yeah.
care about.
Yeah. Like
I do like this depiction of Odysseus. Again, artists, you cooked so hard.
please.
They captured a lot of the traditional Greek elements while also still making him like very modern main character.
Yeah. And this is one of
Just
the
to say he's got nice hair.
yes. This is a song that's in service to the and especially because yes, this is the song of the first act. The end's the first act, I believe. This one or the next one. So it definitely, you do want those songs to be a pyrotechnic song. You want it to be
Yeah.
you want to have that layered effect, the throwbacks. Yes, here we go. When we get the
Yeah. And again, we're setting up some stuff for later on with the All I Hear Are Screams.
yes. Although I don't really like that aside that he goes, because again, there's a lot of because there's so much to choose from. There's a lot of asides that he pulls.
The captain refrain there is good.
Yeah. Also very similar chord progression. Like, I can hear the right-hand melody that made this song, because, I mean, I don't know how other people compose. Another one.
This being, I think, the only time you do think about that infant again.
We really, like, again, because we have to have this certain ending, we really do drop the ball on a lot of the atrocities. I probably would have made this a smaller aside, but I do understand why. Like, I
Again,
would have
this
probably.
is where I come back to my serial fiction criticism,
Yeah.
because this feels like the sort of move you would make if you'd put out some earlier songs and seen that everybody loves Soft Glasses Boy.
Yeah.
You're like, all right, well, I got to give Soft Glasses Boy a bigger part here. They've been missing Soft Glasses Boy.
This does kind of come out of nowhere, though, because we don't have any reference to his mother. And also, Aphrodite refers back to his mother, and there's no, as far as I'm aware, I might have talked over it, but there wasn't. Again,
So,
yeah.
you and I both know the actual story
Yes.
of his mother, right?
Yes, he was a,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, she kills herself because she thinks he's dead.
Yes. I was trying to
So
not,
this
but
whole
yes.
bit deeply fucked me up because I know the actual story of the
Yes.
Odyssey. I'm like, oh, because she hurled herself into the sea after seeing the storm that Poseidon kicked up.
Yes.
It's like, oh, she died waiting for him. I'm
Yes.
sobbing forever.
Yes.
And I'm talking over this bit specifically so I don't listen to it closely and sob
Yes.
again.
It's,
But they
yeah.
really do, like, if you don't have the extra context of the Odyssey.
This one's for the real Odyssey fanboys.
Yeah.
We'll be checking, not a dry eye.
Yeah, this does, the punch doesn't hit as hard because they haven't really set up his mother at this point.
Yeah, which is...
I like that he's going for it here, though.
Mm-hmm.
Because this does feel like the act closer.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you have the... Yeah, it's... Like, there's small changes to it I would make if I was being, like, you know, held it, like, told to, you know, if I was being told to be the editor to it. It's a good song. I'd say that if only because you can't be subtle in musical theater, I would probably be a bit more, like, hammering of those overtures. Like, there was another spot there at the end where it's like, I keep thinking of the infant from that night. They could pop it in.
Yeah.
Same thing with the When Does a Man Become a Month? Like, there's a couple of other spaces you could
Though
fit
I
it
also
in.
probably would have either cut the infant line entirely or put a
Yeah.
lot more references to the infant.
Yeah, well,
in the
because,
musical.
like, not because, you know, I love referring to infant murder all the time, but because I think that it's tied with, like, that's the turn, that's the initiating event that, like, begins
Yeah.
that narrative, and I think it's really important
Also,
to
it was incredibly based of him to do, and he should be proud.
exactly.
Sick.
Just,
That was a sick kill, dude.
yeah, sweet kill.
No, look, I think I'd put this incompetent. I think it does the job, but it doesn't leave a particularly strong impact on me.
I feel like it, I mean, it emotionally, yes, but, like, in terms of as a song, like, it gets you in the chest in terms of, like, the rising action kind of choral. Again, it's
I mean, there's a dead mom, and that
yeah.
always gets me.
It's diminished because of, again, the over sort of reliance on the orchestral sort of chorus repetition backing vocals, because other songs aren't given space to not have those. But it's completely competent. It's a good act closer.
I don't think there's enough wrong with it that I would want to, you know, make it something completely different. But there's not enough right with it that I'm gonna want to constantly go back to it.
Yeah.
It's also just very heavy to want to go back to.
Yeah. So it has to, and the thing is, emotionally, yeah. Like, yeah, you don't, I Dreamed a Dream is good and very powerful, but it's definitely not something you would call a bop. If you did, there's something very wrong with you.
Yeah.
Even though, like, technically a very difficult song. What's it called?
Yeah.
It's
All right, now I have opinions about this next one.
Ooh.
I am the prophet.
Thanks.
The answers you seek. Time I've unlocked it.
I understand that, again, this is a musical that was music, so you have to do things like introduce characters by saying, hey, yo, this me.
Yeah.
Here are some character names and what their purpose is.
That's not a world I know. What? I see a song of past romance. I see the sacrifice of man. I see portrayals of betrayal and a brother's
first final stand. I see you on the brink of death. I see you try your final breath. I see a man who gets to make it home alive, but it's no longer you.
Then
This can't be.
I feel like you could do a
Alright,
tempo
so I think
shift
that's
here.
kind of the whole song
Yeah.
there, right?
I think this is actually
I
the
don't
act
think it-
closer, isn't it?
It might be.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure where they
I
put
feel like the other
Actually,
one-
let's play the most replayed part of this song. I want to see what people were jiving to.
How do I do that?
You see the big hill on the
Oh,
play
there we
bar?
go. Yep, sorry.
Yeah.
A man with a trail
Yeah,
of bodies.
it's you. And then, yeah, that goes to the rising action, the big... Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I get why people like this, but
Yeah, it's the big rising...
all right. So straight off the bat,
Mm.
like it has a very catchy sort of beat to that sort of.
Would it be like a waltz almost?
It is it. Yeah, it kind of feels like
It's
one,
been a
doesn't
long
it?
time since I've done music theory, so again, let's be nice to me. Says the
Yeah.
person being mean to
Like-
somebody. Shut up. Be nice
Yeah,
to
so
me.
like that bit is catchy and it
Mhm.
feels very dramatic, and a dead prophet making a prophecy in the underworld should be extra, so I'm fine with him being
Yeah.
so dramatic.
Go off.
Because that does fit. My problems with the song are it doesn't actually do anything for the plot.
Yeah.
Most of those predictions don't actually really come back
Mm-hmm.
either.
We never... And
It
then we
doesn't-
never made reference to them again.
Yeah. It also doesn't really seem to trigger much of a change in
No.
Odysseus. I know the song after this is the one where he does go through his big change,
Mm-hmm.
but it's weird to see how that's linked to this song or precipitated by it.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like this is a song from a different cut of the musical.
Yeah. It's also one that could not exist necessarily, or it could exist as the preamble to the next song, which is the act closer, now that I just look at the playlist. Because the one after it is
Yeah.
Suffering, and that's the you need an intermission between those songs. Like, that's one of the times where you're like, good, I don't have to do a denouement or anything because I get an intermission as a reset. Like, this is an album
Yeah,
break.
Again, if we were like fully restructuring everything,
Mhm.
I would cut the underworld trip entirely and have Cersei point them straight to the nymphs, who could point them straight to Scylla.
Yeah.
Not the nymphs, the sirens.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I like the idea thematically of what the underworld represents. I would retool it somehow, but you'd have to come back to me on exactly how I would.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, this is a song that I enjoy listening to because
Right?
the chorus tickles a part of my brain.
Yes, the strings and the yeah.
Yeah, it's very catchy, and of all the songs in here, it's one of the ones that feels the most classically musical. Like, this is a musical song.
Yeah, I can
Like,
see.
this gives me real, like, well, specifically Disney musical.
Yes, I was sitting there. I'm like, this ain't
Yeah.
a Lloyd Webber. This ain't a Simon and Schuster. This is
No. No, this feels very like, if you grew up watching Disney musicals, this would be the song where you're like, oh, I know what this is.
Mhm.
Like, I like the song. That's the trouble. I like the song. I like the theme of the song because, like, I like those themes of like a prophet, giving this prophecy.
The problem is that the prophet is a complete
changes
wash in this
The
setting.
prophet's like a total what? That's the problem. Is in isolation, I like the song.
Mhm.
Plugged into the musical, I like it less.
Yeah, like it's wild that this one I could have vacillate so far on the scale. I don't want to say that I want
could
it to be
actually put it into. I could see it either being a real bop,
Mhm.
or this would be great if it was completely different.
Yeah.
Because it is a bop.
Yes.
It's just in the wrong musical.
Yeah. Let's make another one for identity confusion. Yeah, let's put it there just because I feel like putting it in a bop sort of takes away from, because it's not as boppable, not just because of the subject matter, but just because of the narrative kind of takes away from its bop status.
What I will say is I could absolutely see if we were living back in the age of conventions where a lot of people showed up dressed as Homestuck characters. I could 100% see a cosplay skit where people are dancing on stage to this in cosplay.
I hate how specific.
Because it is a very waltzable song.
Yes. And it's
You
got
could
that
have people
that emo.
dressed up. Yep, it's dramatic, but it's easy to read in a crowded room. Lots of very big motions that are going to read well on stage when you're dressed in cosplay.
Mhm.
And there's parts for enough of your friends that you could get an Odysseus group together.
And also, there's not a lot of complicated choreography because it's the tempo is so slow. Because let's be honest, y'all can't
this
dance.
entire musical would have fucked heavy with the Homestuck crew.
I was thinking that when we were watching through it.
We all know it.
Because when you're like, it was, it's your big thing. I was like, hey, it's their Homestuck.
Let me tell you something right now. Let me tell you something right now, viewer at home. Okay, I know, statistically speaking, I know at least one of you watching this has some gray fucking face paint caked up in the bottom of a closet somewhere that you don't like to think about. Don't act like I'm wrong.
The funniest...
You didn't all die, motherfuckers. You got old like the rest of us, but we all know your horns are still in a shoebox somewhere. It's a fucking beating hard under the floorboards. It's just calling you constantly like the Green Goblin mask.
I wish I had clippers.
The temptation's still there. You didn't go nowhere, motherfuckers. I know what you are.
Say it. A troll cosplay. Anyways, don't clip that out of context. Anyway. Yeah. This is why none of our opinions actually ever matter. Because we lived through Homestuck.
We lived through the era of glomping and yaoi paddles.
Don't remind me. I worked in the convention scene.
We will never be forgiven.
No. I will hopefully be forgotten.
Fingers crossed.
You can only hope and pray. I saw that rhyme coming the first time I heard it.
Which isn't necessarily a bad thing.
No, sometimes it's... Thank you. Very great fairy fountain from Ocarina of Time.
Yeah.
You're gonna put my eye out with that straw, man.
Yeah. Hang on, let me just...
Ah!
Nope, that's not... No, that's gonna be worse. Nope. I've got a button for this. Nope. Nope. I swear I had a button for this. Not that one.
What?
Nope, that's... There we go. Alright, I got a straight straw. This was not worth the bit.
No. Yeah, this is... Yeah.
Okay, so I think we got it.
Yep.
I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
I want your opinion on that specific break in the song where he goes more into the spoken word bit.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the song is improved by the spoken word break, or do you think you would cut it?
I just realized my phone battery was dying, so it stopped cracking. I was like, oh wow, my face is not being emotive right now. No. The thing is, it does it 2 times in 2 different ways. Because it does the more choral, like, The first time he essentially reiterates the facts, the ones that we heard of. And then the second time, which is the most replayed one, before it breaks out into the big finale finish.
Yeah, I'm thinking more specifically about the second one, because the first time we were talking about when he's like, does the Cyclops
It's a building
feel bad
action,
when he kills
yeah.
us thing, right? Yeah, that I think still fits with the song. That second bit though, where he's like breaking it out into the spoken word, he wants to rap, but he doesn't quite start to rap.
Yeah, it's not confident enough as okay, even if it was done perfectly, which I love you. I love your work. This was not. And I'm not saying I could do better. I am so white.
What I will say is the part I find discordant about it is the change in his voice.
Yes.
Because he goes from questioning and lamenting and confused to, and I get this is meant to be the turning point of the song where he's like,
yeah, I'll
okay,
do
no,
it.
you know what? I'll do what I have to. But the way he does the spoken word, he introduces a little bit of rasp into his voice. And what he's going for is building up the anger. He's about to unleash it. You know, fuck it. I don't care anymore. This is what I'm going to do. But the way his vocal delivery comes off, specifically in that line of, you know, if I got to drop an infant from a wall,
it has to be, well, it has to be harder because it's, yeah.
Petulant. It reads as petulant rather than conviction. It reads as being like angry. I don't get like grim determination. I get angry teenager.
Yeah, same. That's pretty much it, because of how, again, it might be the way it's written, it might be there's not enough room for it to have that impact. And also because of I
think his voice lacks venom.
Yeah, there's that.
That's the problem. In that moment, he's trying to come off.
You need to spit bars like Kendrick Lamar. You need to be as much of a hater as Kendrick Lamar is towards Drake.
He needs to bring out more of what Poseidon was bringing.
Yes,
ruthlessness.
Yes,
because what he's trying to do, he's trying to read as like bitter and determined and jaded, but it's just reading as tantrum. And I think it's just
to be fair, it also makes it
too controlled.
Yeah, that's fair. It also makes it read. It also, the Hamilton comparisons come right out because of it.
Yeah,
and
it's a hard one to escape. Yeah, I'm comfortable having it be incompetent.
Yeah, not incompetent, I'm not interesting. I'm into resting. Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah. All right.
Let's run it. It's weird because, again, this is like very synth adjacent, so you're like, but your leitmotifs, but I also understand that this isn't the leitmotif for Penelope, so you know.
But they are also supernatural.
Yeah, that's fair.
So.
And also like the pop girl group. Oh yeah, sorry. Oop, no, not mute it. I mean, they are sirens, so I should. The one part that...
Of course. Okay, so let's say I was on the run, or hiding, from, I don't know, Poseidon. And let's say he blocked the way home with giant waves and giant storms.
Oh no!
How am I to get home? Which route should I take? Where am I?
Another very solid joke.
Yeah. Oh no! There's a couple of oh no!
Yeah.
This is another one of those witty things. Haha, you're so sneaky. Oh.
That's a great joke too. The filing her nails with the starfish.
Now jump in the water.
Penelope, why? You know
Okay. I just wanted to get that line at least in. The I would suffering from you. Because they also call back to it.
Here's what I'm gonna say about this song.
Yep.
This song is everything that I wanted the Cersei encounter to be.
Yes.
I wanted subtle menace with a playful overtone.
Yes. If anything,
I feel like this song delivers that.
This one's more poppy. I would probably want the Cersei one. Like I said, I want a tango. I want something that's a little more.
Yes, I should say this is the tone I wanted for the Cersei one. Not necessarily the style, because you're right. Tango would have been perfect.
Yeah.
For the Cersei one.
I forgive it.
But
Its
no, this
digressions.
is the dynamic I want.
Yes, I forgive it its digressions. Like I do at the dum. You don't. I mean, I know foreshadowing is a literary device where,
Yeah.
you know what? Honestly, I'm a torn as to whether or not I would keep it in, because I do like yeah.
Yeah, it's a bop.
It's a bop.
I think this is a bop.
Take the suffering
I think it's a
from
catchy
you.
song.
Yeah.
I think it fits in the plot as they're doing it, you know.
Mhm.
And yes, you're right. There's a conversation to be had there about whether you'd keep it or cut it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if you're gonna have it, it furthers the plot.
Mm.
It shows kind of this is also a nice lead in following Monster.
Yes. Again, it's
And
the
with what it's about to lead into.
yeah.
I think this shows Odysseus. This is kind of showing the audience that Odysseus is back on his bullshit of like he's
Yeah.
thinking again, but he's also hardened. So he's, you know, he's done kind of being the victim.
Yeah. I mean, the next one is it's a very tonal shift.
Is that fully revealed?
Yeah.
Yes. But this is like their nice lead into it. So yeah, no, I like it where it is. And again, with all of these songs, we could nitpick them to hell and back. But broadly speaking.
Yeah. This is
Caught the charade, you are no wife of mine.
All right, so instantly this is an S tier song because it starts with shooting a woman.
This whole time.
thanks. Thanks for the face.
Water, there are packs of you hiding.
Na.
Yeah, I know exactly what you are. A siren. My real wife knows I'm not scared of the water.
Same chord progression.
My wife.
My wife.
I don't have a daughter.
God, you're such a wife guy.
We're so focused on turning my men into snacks. You didn't notice that your friends got snatched.
What?
We are a different beast now. We are the ones who feast now. No more of us deceased, cause we won't take more suffering from
Good counterpoint.
Yep, I like that.
Bedmate also, yep.
We've been away from home for
Okay, I'm gonna.
years or so. First we I made a mistake like this. It almost cost my life. I can't take more.
Again, the
risks.
lack of
I'm not
venom.
saving My wife. Cut off their tails. We're ending this now. Throw their bodies back in the water. Let them drown.
Feather.
Yeah.
Okay. Hitting all the points of it.
Lining up to be a banger omakase though.
As you like. Yes. There's like, I mean, it's almost an extension of suffering, which makes sense because they're point counterpoint. They're like A side, B side, and that's kind of yeah.
This is another song that I feel like mostly exists because they had a really good chorus in mind and they didn't quite nail the rest of the song.
Yeah.
That whole like, yeah, the "We Are the Men Made Monsters." That's great.
And
No real notes
No.
there. I know I gave nothing but notes last time we watched this on this, but no, it's a really strong moment. It's a good dark turn for the character. You've got good plot progression, less plot progression and more characterization and more character development. We see not just Odysseus, but the whole crew. They seem determined and committed to like this new path of being more aggressive and less trusted. That's all great.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's literally a B-side of suffering, which is just hard to do, I guess. And if you were super fancy, you could try and layer them. But I don't think you need to necessarily for the sake of time, maybe. But yeah,
Yeah, no, I think this is like one really, really good idea that they then had to prop up with whatever else they could think of
Mhm.
for that song.
Scary stuff.
The lair of Scylla.
Skyla.
This is our only way home. Deep down,
You're quiet today.
deep down.
I like that.
Not much to say.
Mm.
You hide a reason for sure.
I've got a secret I can no longer keep.
See?
Yeah.
You know that we are the same.
I opened the windbag while you were asleep.
Leaving them feeling betrayed. Breaking the bonds that you
Yeah, pretty much follows the rising action of the song.
There is no price we won't pay.
Forgive me.
We both know what it takes to survive. Full speed
Again, I would have probably done Man or Monster here instead. Because it's a more prescient
Yeah,
callback.
it's weird. Like Full Speed Ahead almost seems to have become the cruise theme.
Yeah.
we're lonely demons from hell.
Captain.
Like, considering their wariness at this point, I don't know. Anyways.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's a reason that, yeah. This one's a hard one to listen to parts
Also-
of.
Again.
That's
would.
Amore. Oh, yeah.
Absolutely would. 100%.
Run for your life. Run in your sorrow and fears. Choke on your blood.
Now that's how you sing with Venom.
Yeah.
Run out of years. We must do what it takes to survive. Give up your honor.
Also,
Oh,
good,
yeah, there it is.
good use of post processing,
Yeah.
layering too, like very technically.
Really selling the multiple heads. thing.
Yeah, I might even, yeah.
We are the same, you and
The only notes I really have for that one are, it's wild that, not wild necessarily that they pull back to Full Speed Ahead, but considering how on the nose it is, they don't reference when does a man become a monster here, and it's weird. It's a missed opportunity, really.
So there are two places I would put this particular song,
Mm-hmm.
and it would either be in On a Loop or Real Bop.
Yeah, same.
Just because God, the like Scylla just goes for it.
Yeah.
And especially when the post-processing kicks in, that just digs into my skull
Mm-hmm.
and stays there.
Makes it vibrate nice.
Yeah. Yeah, that
It's just that particular section though. Like, it's unfortunate because it's like the first half of the
Yeah,
song, not so
that's-
much because it's
yeah, again, like the rest of it's not start to finish straight gas,
Mm-hmm.
but when they let Scylla go for it, she
Mhm.
just goes, man, and it's good.
Yeah.
It's good that they did it,
Yes.
actually.
Yes. And again, it has called, like, in terms of the tone and the post processing, it has callbacks to polynomial, that sort of thing. But this one goes harder, much harder, which makes sense for where it is
It
in the
does.
story and everything. And it's just, yeah, and just also, like, if anything, they could probably even go harder on the discordant, overlapping voices and what
Yeah,
have you.
Oh, they absolutely could, and I would love more of that.
Mhm. Sometimes
But
they
I'm
just want to be
grateful
too
for
pretty.
what we got.
Yes. Sorry, I know I'm on the wrong screen.
Tell me you did not know that would happen.
That sounds weird.
Say you didn't know how that would end. Look me in the eyes and tell me, Captain, that you did
You need
not
more
just
venom in Captain.
sacrifice 6 men.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Use your wits to try and say I'm crazy and mad. That this is all some trick the gods have sent. Tell me you did not miss home so painfully bad that you gave up the lives of 6 of our friends. When we fought the Cyclops, you were quick to hatch a plan. And when we fought with Zer0,
Interesting.
it was you who left behind no man. But when we saw this monster, we didn't take a stand. We just
Okay,
ran.
like, sorry, this isn't nip. They don't really let you. They don't really let him have his flowers, and I don't know if they just didn't find a really good spot for him. But this song isn't it either, and that makes me sad. But the thing is, this song is always going to pale in comparison to what comes next.
It is.
It's a narrative song because of that.
Yeah, it's a narrative song. I feel like you gotta. There's also a like again, 2 sort of different songs, because there's the confrontation between Eurylochus and Odysseus,
Thank you.
where he's trying to call him on his bullshit. But then there's also that bit where they're actually fighting and the crew's chiming in.
Yeah. Again, it's a song that serves a purpose, where in a musical that is completely sung.
Yeah, I'm quite comfortable with it being where it is. I am sending you or resending you a link that I think you should play for the next. You'll know when to play it.
When to play it?
Yeah, you see the link?
Yes.
All right, you're gonna know when to play that.
I am?
When it's relevant to play that. Yeah.
It's the next song?
Yeah.
How am I gonna make this one? I guess I can open it in this browser window and play it. Instead of
We'll worry about that later.
Okay, so I'm just gonna play the next song in the playlist.
When the moment is right.
You have way too much trust in me, man.
I've linked you that video before.
I know you have. Here's the part where I tell you I haven't watched it yet. I just realized.
All right. Well, this is going to be fun because you're going to get a live reaction to it then.
Oh, no. I am still playing this version of the song, though.
Yeah.
Okay. The guitar.
Pride is a damsel in distress.
1 second. I'm sorry. 1 second.
Neil, you did not have to do this.
No, but let me see if it's still the top comment. Yeah, okay, sorry. Just to give this person the thing.
Yeah. Yeah, there it is. Perfect. Correct.
I wouldn't say undress, I would say fuck, but yes.
Zeus is the only person. Yeah.
Undress her. Try she cannot to confess.
Looks at the faces of the crew are either
They're like, this is the
"Oh,
most
no, it's
uncomfortable
Zeus,"
boner.
or, is that man fucking a cloud?
Strategically placed cloud.
Yeah.
I mean, they did just mutiny you, so...
God, I love his smug little king of Ithaca.
Yeah. You a little baby king.
Mighty king.
Ooh. Checking where the... Yeah, that's fair. It's just the facial expression. Someone's gonna die today. You? Or your crew?
Don't make me do this.
Don't make me do this. See, yes. Yes. This, again, another excellent use of layering in comparison. You can also see how you can put that in place of Full Steam Ahead because they have the same cadence.
Yeah, definitely.
And it was a better choice.
Captain?
I have to see her.
It's the...
But we'll die.
It just reminds me of the Indiana Jones. We are going to die brown. I am not singing along, and I want you all to realize how much restraint I am exercising in this. Also, because I haven't chosen what register I would want to sing it in.
Also, a
But-
huge shout out to Amelie's cover of this song, which
Yeah.
is very good.
One of the reasons why I'm
Very,
like,
very
oh,
good.
what register would I want to? Because I could
Now,
do.
speaking of videos,
Yes, yes,
DJ
yes,
hit that
yes.
shit.
Okay, 1 second. Copy link. Doodly doot doot. Oh no! Now you're gonna see all the trash that's on my. Oh no! Oh no! All of my
That's
trash.
not trash. That's Cecilia Immergreen.
No, it's a German boy. Okay. Oh, good. It's.
Captain?
Oh, perfect.
But we'll die.
I know.
Yep. Okay. Yep.
Yes. God, I'm so here for Slutty Zeus. You huge whore, you.
He is the.
I love you.
I mean, the myth is there. Yeah.
I'm gonna bring her big goose fucker. Oh,
Steals
Zeus.
your wife as a big duck.
yeah.
Because you know
what I
he
love
likes to.
about-
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Okay,
you can
what
keep
I
that one.
absolutely love about this song. I'm
everything.
putting this in on loop.
Yeah,
for
no,
sure.
easily.
This is
I
this
don't
is
think
an
there's-
easy looper. One thing I love about this song is how little it holds up to any scrutiny at all.
Yeah.
Because nothing he
Actually-
sings about is relevant to any
Yes,
goddamn thing
yes,
they're
that's
saying.
true.
Zeus just shows up, sings about how incredible at sex he is,
Yup.
and then makes Odysseus murder his entire crew.
Which is actually
Sings
very.
a little
Yep.
bit more about how great at sex he is,
Yep.
and then just
I'm good at
fucks
sex.
off.
You're bad at sex. I'm
And
good at
it's
sex. You're bad at
just-
sex. I'm good at sex. You're bad at sex.
It's such a perfect Zeus song. Like you nailed it. No notes.
Yeah. Actually, no, okay. Just the one note that I have, and it's hit me every single time I've listened to it. And again, I know that the lyrics don't mean
They should
anything.
move the cloud. I agree.
Yes, aside from that, show us. Don't be a coward. Show us that Zeus.
Let Zeus hang brain.
Anyways, the word choices, not only do they make no sense narratively, but like in terms of just sentence structure. And they're great rhymes. The rhymes
Yeah.
sound great, but the moment you like stop to think about them, you're like, that doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Which again is exactly Zeus
Yeah.
because it's all style, no substance.
It's
None
like,
of it works.
yes, thunder wielder will yield her because shut up, it rhymes.
Yeah. He's just. But it works because he's just Zeus.
Yeah, he's just
And he's
Zeusing
just-
all over it.
He just makes it work.
Yeah. No, it's fine. It's just it's something that strikes me because also he has such good diction. You can hear which words he's
Yeah.
saying, and I'm like, but why did you say that?
You're gonna come back to that Thunder Rizzler video.
Oh, I'm
again
sure.
And again, by the way.
I'm certain.
It's just me, myself, and I.
Um,
Stuck in my bedroom, living in this world you left behind. Dreaming of all these monsters that I'll never get to fight. But boy, I wish I could, so I could bring the world some light. Cause I'm stuck with your stories, but
Same
no
chord
clue who
progression.
you are. And no idea if you're dead or just too far.
Which I think they can actually justify in this, given
No,
that
no,
it's,
it's not
his
a-
son trying to follow
yeah, no,
in
it's
his
not a,
footsteps.
it's not a criticism in this case.
Yeah,
I'm just like, I listen to the song good. Still has his own. Sitting. Does this? Okay,
How do you feel about that, by the way? That little,
the little aside.
yeah, the little aside.
It's cute. It's cute. I wish he'd gone. I wish it was like, bigger. If you were going to go for it, it's a fine way to end a stanza.
Yeah, I feel like we needed a little bit of goofiness
Yeah.
after.
Well, because like also it's good
Thunderbringer.
for characterization because he is
yeah.
the untroubled youth. And it's funny because yes, this is like a call to adventure song, and he does have his whole thing that he goes through in it. It's sort of a mini arc. But yeah, because of the tone, it's a levity sort of thing. And you do get the sort of palate cleansing from Thunderbringer because it's a big old storm, and then you go, and then you cut away. Again, this musical could stand to learn from some of its other good decisions. Yeah. It's a good song. I like this song.
Yeah, I don't know where the act breaks are in this song, but this does feel like a song you would start an act with.
Yeah, I don't. I think that there is just the one. They only put in one intermission. I don't know if the album breaks would be different. I guess.
Don't know. Just going back to the song real quick. Further on in the song, if you go back there.
Yeah. Boop.
Does this also give us? Okay, yeah, this does give us his confrontation as well.
No, that's the next song. Or wait, no.
It leads into it,
Yeah.
but he's.
Give me a chance, a single opportunity, and I'll overcome these obstacles and scrutiny. And boy,
Here we go.
when's your trying
okay, yeah.
gonna choose a new husband? Why don't you open her room
This guy
so
does a
we
great
can have
job
fun with
as
her?
well. Like, good villain.
Yeah, he's like,
Horrible character.
Yeah.
But man, he's a fun villain. You can tell he's having fun with it.
yeah, he's Scar from Lion King. Not just because of the
Oh, yeah.
Scar of the Eye thing, but in terms of the just dripping with like this is villain coded, but like
Yeah, he's
like
just-
not complicated.
He's feeling himself.
Yeah,
You know?
he's feeling his oats. Yes, and then it leads into the little wolf. Also, all of the, I think this is the first Duvet Box animatic in this playlist. They're all very, very good. They dominate
They
the
certainly
second
are.
half of the thing. Legendary's a bop to me. It's good. It's yeah.
Yeah. I think Legendary is definitely a bop, and also 20 years mentioned. So again,
Yay, you served your purpose. Let's just throwing it back.
just
saying
yeah. I'm not sure how much of this is visible on your screen.
it's all
currently,
there
but,
pretty much. The everything
okay,
that's
great.
necessary.
Yeah. So
He went out for milk 20 years ago.
17, almost 18-hour drive, 4-day walk. 4-day walk. 20 years, bro. How much did you miss that wife? Really?
40. It's more like that. Anyways.
Fight, little wolf, fight, wanna entertain me. Bite, little wolf, bite, let's see how you take this. Strike, little wolf, strike, wanna be a man then. Fight, little wolf, fight, little wolf, fight. You've made your
This is another earworm for me.
might be your last
It's also the chord progression probably doing it.
out of bones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Changes it though.
This cruel world doesn't give out presents just for being good. So fight, little wolf, fight. Wanna entertain me? Fight, little wolf, bite. Let's see how you take
Oh,
this.
his voice just drips. Like, it's luxuriously villainous.
Yeah. And then we get Minerva. No, Minerva. Athena. It's because of the owl. The owl does it. I'm
Okay,
gonna.
someone's Roman pilled.
Need some help?
Nice.
Ugh.
But I'm you. But you
Chat,
wish.
an inhumanly tall woman could fix me.
Stand around, 'cause I suggest you fight back.
I don't know how.
Uppercut him. Now.
How did I do that? This time now moving slow.
No, I just made your thoughts quick.
Oh, that is so sick.
Nice.
All right now.
It's a little clumsy, but
Let's
it's a
try this
cute
again.
moment, so
Yeah.
I let it go.
I've no respect for bullies, those who oppose their will. I've seen plenty enough to truly
Athena is saying that.
understand this kind. Let's teach this dog a lesson in front of all his kind. One young wolf has a larger heart than all these men combined.
Nice.
Fight, little wolf, fight. Show them that you've got some fight. Little wolf, fight. Take advantage now and strike. Little wolf, strike. Don't go down with that.
Like the rolling of the R for strike.
Mm. And the turning of Little Wolf from insult into kind of battle cry.
Yeah.
And I like Duvebox, the animator's callback to him using his cloak to fight, which is
Yeah.
what Odysseus used to disarm Athena in their fight.
Maybe I pushed you a bit too hard.
Ooh.
Oopsie.
Go back and cry in your
Okay.
But this is just Athena doing her Athena thing again, which I'm very much about.
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
I also feel like this one's a bop.
Yes. Yes. I do too. If only because they're letting kind of the song breathe. Everybody kind of gets their part. It doesn't. Weird how the songs that don't have Odysseus in them, we really. No, I'm kidding. But also just because of the fatigue.
Yeah,
And also, yeah.
Again, we brought this up last time.
Yeah.
I love pretty much every one of these songs in isolation. Like Odysseus makes all the right choices musically in each of these songs taken individually. But when you've heard it in connection with the other 30 songs, the fatigue really does set in.
Yeah. But thankfully having this breathing room here, and that's the lesson that, again, they need to take from their successes, is it makes his return, the fact that he's gone for most of this, and then when they bring him back for Odysseus, when he's the final boss there, it makes it more impactful.
It only takes 2 songs and it gives us a reset on his voice. Like when we hear him again, I'm like, okay, yeah, welcome back, Odysseus.
Yep.
I'm okay with this. One other thing I really like about Little Wolf is they give both. He does have a name, but I forget it. The villain.
Oh God, I've forgotten.
They give him and Athena a lot more to do than Telemachus.
Yes.
Which works not just because we heard a lot of Telemachus in the previous song, but also it really highlights that he's just kind of a pawn in the game between these bigger powers. Not unlike what his father is going through. On a different scale, but like, yeah, he's Athena on one side, and then the
gods to the left of me, Joker's to the right. Yeah. There he is, stuck in the middle.
Yeah, exactly. I think the song works as a song. It's catchy. It's thematically on point. It does some really good storytelling. Yeah, it's a solid bop.
Yeah. I'm literally trying to remember this song, which does not bode well. Oh no, I remember. He does a good falsetto.
He does, yeah.
I had a friend before and he was a lot like you. I helped him fight through war, but he had his demons too. And
Spent a lot of time calling him not your friend to call him your friend now.
I mean, gods being selective in their memory.
Well, yes.
And so I thought maybe if I made a different call, maybe if
The
I
lamentation.
missed it all, maybe he'd be fine. Maybe we'd unwind. Maybe if I help another soul, maybe if I helped you reach your goal, life could be that bright. I could sleep at night.
Again, also a very high note.
Mm.
And also to, is it arpeggio? I...
My time with you's been splendid. The best day of my life, 'cause I got
Also his high note. Again, not easy.
Also, like,
Aladdin, no!
going back a few seconds, he does have that line of, like, it's the best day of my life.
Yeah.
And I did hear somebody else call out, like, oh, he literally just met her and he's already like, oh, best day of my life. It was like, no, that tracks actually. He's a teenager who just met an incredibly tall, muscular woman who taught him to fight. I would also be.
Yeah.
That could happen now, and it would still top basically.
Yeah, I
everything
know
else
that
I've
I know
done.
that in Greek myth it seems like the gods show up every day and like kick it. But he wouldn't have remembered all the other times he's met Athena because he was a baby. So if this is the first time a
Yeah.
god reached out to you, yeah, that would probably be the best day of your life so far.
Yeah, if I was getting my fade run in the middle of a bunch of guys who wanted to bone my mom, and then a 9-foot tall goddess showed up and taught me how to whoop ass, that would affect my brain.
Right after my
chemistry.
call to adventure, I want to be legendary song. Yeah, I think I
Yeah.
think that tracks.
Yeah, I think that would do it for me.
The one thing that gets me about this song
I
is
have a hard time judging this
Yeah.
song because you know I'm a sucker for Athena's voice.
same. My main problem is again, it's cute because it's mostly a lamentation, and that's cool because again, tonal shift and everything, but they don't let it be one.
Yeah,
Yeah, and because it means that it shares tone with the next song, which again, like like I would like it if it was just if it had just stuck to the lamentation following Little Wolf, the triumph of it, and then we went into Love in Paradise.
yeah.
Because I now know what songs bookend one another, I have more of an opinion on the placement and what have you.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not because
Alright.
I want to give Athena a song that I like. Again, it's because they haven't.
I will say, great.
Old friend, it's been 10 years since I last saw you.
Damn.
Yeah, good start.
Are you getting?
How'd that work out for you?
Yep. You probably wanted to tempo match all of those.
Captain,
I have to see her.
but we'll die.
It's fair that she cut out the part where Zeus is wanting to fuck everything.
Yeah.
Because she's like, I see enough of
I
that.
feel like if you grow up around Zeus, you just learn to tune that out.
Yeah.
I do love these first lines from Calypso as well. Incredible joke. Again, one of the best.
Morning, sleepyhead, you've been resting for a while. I swore that you were dead when you washed up on my aisle. Did you know you talk in your sleep? Tell me though, who's Penelope?
She's my wife.
Anyways,
Anyway. Incredible moment. Great job. No notes. That's a
Anyways.
fantastic line. Paused just long enough as well, and oh,
it's just you and me, my love and paradise. Down till the end of time, from your heart to mine. All right.
Don't.
You stand. I'm no pet. I'm a married man.
Oh, handsome
My wife.
Goddesses can't die.
Goddess.
Oh,
You're adorable.
Let me move the Simpsons so you're sure.
Mortal Calypso here to entertain. But fear not, I bring no pain. 'Cause we got all we could want here, all we could need here. Under my spell, we're stuck in paradise. No one can
I
come
would just like to let Calypso know that I am not married.
Just saying. But then she doesn't want. And then he has
No one
the,
does,
yeah.
but still throwing that hat in the ring.
Yeah.
You're mine, all mine.
7 years she's kept you trapped out of your control. Time can take a heavy toll.
Third person omniscient narrator, huh? I hate this break. I get it. I understand it.
From the ledge.
I don't like it.
What I've gone through. You don't know what I've suffered.
Oh no, angsty boy.
Every comrade I long knew. Every friend.
When you keep a wife guy away from his wife.
My dear, come back inside, dear love of my life. Come back to paradise. Life's been hard. I'll stay inside your heart.
Competent layering. Not competent. It's good. It's good. I just don't.
Life would be so much worse if you had died. Please stay away from harm. Stay in my open arms.
I get it. I get the narrative reason for doing it that way. I get it. I get it.
And then is this the bit that go to the end of the song? Is this where he calls to Athena at the end?
I believe so. One second. Yeah, because she finds him at the end. It's like, here. Because it prompts her. Yeah. And she's like, so.
He needs my help.
Yeah, okay. All right, so this is another one of those songs that I feel is doing a lot of heavy lifting lore-wise.
Mhm.
It feels very expository. It's
Hello.
very the Calypso's bits are very catchy. Like I like the little island tunes. And it could be like as a song, it's very catchy, but then they append all that other stuff to it,
Yeah.
like break with the cliff. And then
Yeah.
there's the start with Athena doing the whole following his journey,
Yeah.
the reminiscing thing. Like there's a lot tacked
It's,
on.
the
to
beginning is
what,
nicely
in
short,
isolation,
though.
I think would be a very cute
Yes.
kind of poppy love song.
I feel like the beginning is thankfully like her kind of the introduction is short, and a lot of the other songs that have that extended, like Cersei's, it's definitely much more brief. Let me just make sure that I am correct in how. Yeah, because it goes through all of that, and it actually gets to the song 30 seconds sooner. Still,
Yeah.
it's just musical refrain. You could technically even cut that shorter. So yeah.
Yeah.
I put it as a bop. I could listen to it on loop, but I would probably want like an edited version that cuts out and just
Yeah. Yeah, I'm comfortable either with it as a bop or on loop.
just because again the melody and what is also really different. Also, hello, I'm assuming you are a Canadian raccoon. It's yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Welcome.
We did a listen. We did my very first listen to Epic the Musical last week, and now we're ranking the songs in it while being
Follow it
really
on
big,
YouTube.
musical theater nerds.
Oh, not even close to Canadian. You are way off.
Well, I mean, when you think of raccoons, Toronto is the raccoon capital of the world.
Is it?
It is. That is Toronto's claim to fame. The most raccoons per capita.
Learn something new every day.
Yes.
Anyway, yes, welcome in. You saw Epic in the thumbnail and joined. I completely understand. We are also somewhat fixated on it. We have been, rating these kind of how we feel in terms of how each song fits into the musical.
And also just as songs that we would listen
that said, we did mention this up front at the start of the stream. We do like pretty much all the songs and the musical as a whole. So all of this tier listing is really just us nitpicking, so the whole stream isn't just S S S S S.
It becomes a snake. Now this song. Ooh.
That said, here we go into God games, so
Yeah.
Father, God King, rarely do I ask for favors. Now I'm knocking on your door with hopes to save a friendship with one who's a prisoner far from home. Odysseus.
Divine intervention. Is that what you seek? To untie apprehension.
Strategically placed toga.
Greek, you are playing with thunder for a man full of shame, but if he's worth the risk of going under, why not make it a game? Convince each of them.
Yeah, bro. Sense.
And I'll release him.
Who's them?
Apollo! Hephaestus!
Jojo. That world though.
hi Aphrodite. Good to see you.
Hello, breasts.
Yeah.
Hera being mummy.
What do you say?
Great. Very well.
All right.
Bring it. Yeah.
All know I'm a fan of catchy songs, so with so many sirens gone, I think God is in the wrong.
They were trying to do him worse. All he did was reimburse them. Now they'll tread with caution first to live another day and sing another verse.
Fair. I mean, don't start, none won't be none.
Yep. I mean, that's kind of how the gods tend to do it. So I love Hephaestus mech.
Yeah, Hephaestus Mech was an inspired choice.
Did you forget they failed to live?
It's also a great song because it's an ensemble song.
He can still build a future with those who
It is, and again,
Fine. Really.
vocal diversity.
Mm-hmm.
Like in a song like this,
Nice.
you don't need to be the strongest singer as long as there's something interesting in your voice, because it's only going to be around for a couple lines.
Yeah. YouTube, you can't get mad. There's no nipples.
Yeah.
The world though.
Brilliant. These old tricks.
Oh no. Yo.
What kind of sick coward holds back his power while his friends get devoured? He didn't even fight, sir. Didn't even try to kill him. Hides inside a wooden horse to get the job done. Never handles things up front, but that can weak like his son.
Nice.
Hold your tongue now, hear sounds, my friend, and tell your lover that a broken heart can mend. You want more bloodshed, then set him free to get back to his homestead. He'll make everybody bleed.
Yeah, the subtitled version I watched had a couple of different animatics spliced together for it, and I liked them too. There's a lot.
Hey, baby.
Mm.
So many heroes, so many tales. Give me one good reason why you should be failed. He's got the mind of a genius.
Yeah, the
Given Hera's position in a lot of other stories of heroes, I like her characterization in this.
Release him.
never once has he cheated on his wife.
Best joke.
Yeah. The animatic, I think it's Gigi's animatic, where it's I was gonna say it again, Athena awkwardly disco dancing to each like interjection.
To make me feel
It's
shame.
funny.
No one beats me. No one wins my game.
Okay. When you know you've got a banger, it's okay to want to, yeah.
She did.
No, it's not.
Zeus, I like that Zeus's whole thing was literally the meme of like, nice argument. Unfortunately, I have fucked your mother.
Which is, yes, it's, yeah. Yeah, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Never once has he cheated on his wife. Cut away to
Zeus
Zeus
getting
being
called out in
real
front of his wife.
salty. Yeah.
That absolutely tracks, Raccoon.
Yeah.
I like that they do the instrumental here.
Like I think we mentioned it when we were watching through it. I like. Yeah. Again, because they were just albums, so having music that breathes on its own without anything else along with it is neat. Bleh. I think that this is an easy one.
Yeah, I think we're both on the same page there. What I will say in terms of the song is, this song is like, we'd put it in on a loop for sure. It hits those high notes that I'm looking for in like a peak song, which is, it's relevant to the plot. It gives good character development and characterization, builds out your world,
Yeah.
and it works as a song. Like,
Yeah.
as a piece of music, it's good, but it also serves the rest of the musical very nicely. You get the whole ensemble of the gods, which again, I mentioned, like, it's nice having that vocal diversity in there. And I really, really appreciate that they did not give each god a verse. They just
Yeah.
gave them a line. That is the right way to do it, especially since most of them are only relevant for this song. I think that is absolutely the right call.
Yeah, no, it's a less is more sort of situation. I feel that a lot of the songs in the second half are stronger because I feel like it was like, all right, we cannot make another album. We have to wrap it up. And it's to the
This can't be a 2-disc set.
Well, I mean, it's already a 4-disc set, I believe. I think. So they're like, all right, we pressing this is kind of expensive, so
we're old.
Yeah. God, yes. I mean, this is a lamentation. Steel drums. Nice. Ah, yes. Best by default. My favorite kind of best.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yes. Yeah, we've been discussing how each character has their own sort of
the
instruments and,
leitmotifs.
Yes.
Yeah,
Bro,
yeah.
are you okay? Your leitmotif's playing in a minor key, bro. Bro, are you good?
Yeah.
Are you good, bro?
Yeah, and like the gods getting the synths and stuff. It's
Yeah, it's very cleverly done.
It's I mean, it was I'm not sure what the first piece of music was that did that, but it's yeah.
They do be hitting us hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do, but not in the way that you want me to. I hate that I fell in love with you.
Yeah.
Mostly this
All
is
right.
an interesting time, not because I don't love them.
Yeah. we can't be here all night again. Have you seen the memes?
Taking a screenshot. They use Odysseus to write a mount in this song, which is, you know, just that.
Raccoon, pin that thought. We have another meme to show you in a minute. But first we're gonna finish this up. I will say, of all the songs in this, This is the
Oop,
one I
sorry.
would be least surprised to hear come on the radio.
Yeah, it's very agnostic in terms of its appeal. It comes across as a very standard lamentation, like lost love, etc. Um,
Yeah, I think Calypso absolutely is selling it
mhm.
on this one. It is.
It's like
Yeah, I'd feel comfortable putting this in a bop.
both of
Yeah, I
Calypso's
think.
songs. They're a nice
Yeah.
little treat.
Yeah, nice lamentation. Works as like a good sort of love song or breakup song. Um, it's interesting though. Like I think the thing that's sort of keeping it out of the top tier for me is, again, kill your darlings.
Yeah.
You gotta be cruel to be kind sometimes. In this case, like it's a
magic.
great song.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't really do anything for the plot.
No.
Realistic. Like Calypso's getting a lot of. It's a gorgeous look into who she is as a character,
Mm-hmm.
and she's barely relevant to the story
Yeah,
as is.
it's I mean, Calypso can get
and,
two
and
songs.
we're never gonna call back to
Yeah.
her either.
No, because like no.
Like this is it for her. This is the last.
If anything, it makes the story more tonally difficult to parse because it doesn't fall into any of the other major themes because it doesn't reiterate any of those.
Yeah,
if anything,
like,
this was a nice vacation for him.
Yeah, like
40
it's
years
because this doesn't feed into like the man becoming a monster. Like there's no line for him to cross here other than like giving in to her seduction, I guess, which he doesn't because he's the wife guy. Like it's really just a song where two people who haven't done anything wrong are both miserable.
Yeah.
Which, in fairness, is what like 90% of Academy Award winning movies and like books about breakups are.
Yes. After all, in Homer's,
yeah. If we're looking at the Odyssey as the actual Odyssey, absolutely. For the whole of the Iliad, but yeah, no, like in terms of like the musical, it's rough because they've made a great character with Calypso and written two absolute banger songs. And if we were really being harsh and genuinely coming at this with like the ruthless editor knife, I'd cut them both.
Yeah. Again,
it
not
would
because I
break
don't.
my heart.
Yes, because they're good songs. They're good songs. There's a reason they're this high up on the tier list, but in terms of service to the musical, they are a liability, I guess. But we love them, and so and obviously, yes,
Yeah, Kill Your Darlings hurts for a reason.
600 men, 600 deaths under my command, 'cause I had one goal in mind.
I do, I guess. Yeah, that's probably I'll have to. Because I'm sure there's probably more on the cutting room
go
floor.
Check those out. Oh, there's another stream for us.
It's literally just a.
All you have to do is not open this bag.
Great laugh. I love how much more his accent comes through in this one compared to the other one.
Hello, old friend.
Great laugh too.
Yes.
Talk to Calypso.
It also keeps the same tempo as his other appearance, which is nice for a duology. Excuse me.
Chance to make it back home and abandon caution, wash it away like the blood your hands have known. I know if you dance with fate, then I know you'll enhance your state. If your plan's so great, then why'd you wait to say it? Well, it's a little bit
Like, this one makes my shoulders do the thing. I don't have shoulder tracking, you can't see it, but it's there. It's doing the.
Good night, lady.
Have a good one. Thanks for hanging in.
Right, I'm in. What do I do? First up, uncharted waters. When lost, look towards the sky. Follow the North Star, no matter how far you think you're going. You keep on rolling. When strangers look around the aisle, when danger greets you with a smile, fight your way through. Do what you must do, but no matter what, keep moving. It's gonna be dangerous, my friend. You need a mindset change.
Yeah, Odysseus has some god blood in him.
I mean, he wouldn't have been able to lay out this.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't mind a little god blood in me. Hey, how you doing, Hermes?
Hey. Yeah,
I
it
reckon
is.
the artist absolutely cooked. It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Costly the win back. We went through so much to
So
get this.
much to get.
Keep this bag
Mm.
first if you wanna get
Great callback.
the raging storm inside won't let you get closer.
Sometimes people need to die.
Don't you know that danger is my friend? My whole life.
Yeah, I get it. Odysseus needs his bit.
And I'll tell you how much I have paid for this. I have to get home, put it all. I'm gonna use ruthlessness. Every trick, every skill put to use for this. I plan to put an end to all the foolishness. I have to get home, put it all on the line or be dangerous. Hermes. Thank you. Don't thank me, friend. I'm not the one who fought for you. Then who?
Beautiful. There's a reason we listened to that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me that's a looper.
Yeah.
I loop that one. I like that Hermes let more of his accent through. I don't know what the difference in the process was between this and his earlier one on Cersei's island.
Yeah, you only see yeah.
Yeah, his accent comes through clear and yeah, I just feel like it gives more color to his voice. Great beat on it as well. And also just a very, very welcome change in tone with where it comes, because like we just got God Games and then Not Sorry for Loving You. So though that's pretty heavy.
Yeah.
And then this is just, it's a nice break, especially since we're about to go into sort of the final arc and the big climax. We're gonna get a lot of weight coming at us fast. So this is like
it gets pretty
the breath before the plunge.
Yeah. There's a reason that this was our first listening on loop. There's a reason. Her appearances, her song is great. And it is a shame
peak,
that we only get to see
peak.
her a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes. Going on. All right. Charybdis.
Very much so, Raccoon, yeah.
You must be who Hermes mentioned. A monster here to block my way. I'd like to hurry up and end this. So if you don't have much to say,
Good. Song over. I get, yes, Charybdis is a part that exists. Just
Yeah, again, taken in isolation, this is a fine adventure song. It's a good fight song. We get like, all right, Odysseus he got his groove back, you know? he's back on his bullshit. That's great.
yeah.
I get why the song is here. Again, if we were taking the scissors to it, this is another one that I'd probably look at trimming or maybe even cutting.
Yeah.
And ultimately, like, yeah, on its own, it's a good song. It's just so similar to a lot of the other ones we've heard.
Yeah,
especially Odysseus' solos.
Yeah. And it's leading into another very big water battle, which again happens a lot in this. Crazy thought. Why didn't we walk? We've gone over it. The first time, see bad. The second time, see still bad. Whoopsie.
I'd put this in competent. I think
it's not.
I get why it's there, and it does what they're trying to do with it properly. But I think there's just a lot of different ways that they could have done something else there better.
Yeah. Like I like Dangerous and then leading into like I understand also it's to maybe gap up before you get in the water. But
Yeah, this is to give him that win before we kick him in the teeth in this one.
mm,
The island I've been searching for. Home.
Like they're trying to do that fake out where
My wife and son.
Charybdis is like his big win, and then this is
mm,
like him triumphant, and then they pull the rug out from under him.
yeah. Let me see. No longer. Oh, not.
Oh, no longer. Yeah, okay. You
Yeah, you
missed some-
you got to watch the VOD.
Yeah.
We had a long
Um,
discussion about why.
No longer you was either going to be right at the top or right down there in. So
Yeah.
that tier is like, this would be, we put it in what?
This would be better if it was completely different.
Yeah. We loved so much of that, but we think you could change so many parts of it to really kick it over the top.
Or change its or change that entire section, the way it's broken up and how
Yeah.
songs are placed and how the tone works. It's more of a
Yeah, very long story short, I think the analogy was used was like somebody gave them a really awesome Lego set, like to build like the Millennium Falcon, and instead they used it to build a photorealistic like outhouse. That's like, it's a super impressive outhouse you built.
But
That's not what we wanted you to do with those pieces.
yeah. Yeah, we weren't judging it on its
that
own
was probably
merits.
our toughest one because we flipped between top and bottom with that a ton.
Yeah.
Oh, great lines here.
Mm-hmm.
Get in the water. Wait. Get in the water.
Okay.
Stop this.
If you had just walked.
Tidal wave so
Right?
both your wife and your son will drown. No!
Get in the water. Yeah. If anything, I want more post-processing and boom to that.
Yeah.
Don't mistake my threats for bluff. You have lived more than enough.
All right, that line really emphasizes what venom in a voice looks like,
Yeah.
which is what Odysseus was missing in his
Yeah.
I Mean Now song.
Mm.
Get in the water.
I get it. Yeah, he does his appeal. He hasn't learned his lesson, man.
Yes.
I can't.
Maybe you could learn to forgive.
No.
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 I would have maybe just held that last ourselves as a big sustain as opposed to the
Yeah.
that's again the picking of nits.
Yeah, I think you sustain ourselves and let it blend into big loud instrumentals.
Mm,
And then they fade into this quiet moment here.
mm. Taking a
Alright.
shot.
Now, all that said, again, I struggle with this because I'm a sucker for Poseidon's voice.
Mhm.
Uh,
It doesn't have the same impact as Ruthlessness.
it doesn't. I'm leaning towards Bop for this one.
Mhm.
How are you feeling though? What are your thoughts on Get in the Water?
Yeah, I'd say Bop are competent, not because of anything wrong with the song, but because it's doing a lot. There's
It
a lot
is,
that's
yeah.
happening between verses because it has the aside with Odysseus. And
I
You
would say
didn't-
I like the unexpected buildup of get the specific line "Get in the water."
mhm.
Like you hear it the first time in the song, and you're like, okay.
Yeah.
But then he says it again. You're like, okay, is this a thing? And then it becomes the refrain through the whole
Mhm.
song, and you're like, oh, okay, shit. No, I actually like this.
Yeah, like yeah, same thing. First time I heard it, I was like, I don't know if I want this to be the note, the title. And I was like, no, you got it. I got it. I get why. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I lost tracking. There we
Ah.
go.
I mean, yeah, I guess I feel like the crew.
100.
That's, I mean, to be fair, the crew's gone.
They are well gone.
Get it? I can't afford to die 'cause I will get back to my son. And I will get back to my wife.
We get it, my
My
wife. Interesting, legendary.
Also, forever comrade. Were they?
Yeah.
Hey, Odysseus. Poseidon 100% did kill a lot of your crew.
But
Who killed the rest?
yeah. It's yeah, I feel like yeah.
Tugs at
I
collar.
feel yeah, I
You see, you sealed your fate just to beat me. You released my storm when you opened that bag. Blocked your one-way
Nice.
home. Now you
Oh,
never
that-
get back.
Yeah, that was such a good delivery.
Here we go.
Poseidon's another one of those characters who's obviously having fun with being the villain as well.
Or what?
I feel like you can tell. I can especially notice in voice acting, but in musicals as well. You can tell when someone's taking the villain seriously versus when they're just like
Wait,
having fun.
wait.
They're just being goofy with it, just
Yeah.
enjoying the moment.
Yeah.
Feel to be helpless. How does
Look at this, not a phone in sight, just a bunch of people in the moment.
crying as they were all slain?
Uh,
I heard their final moments.
okay.
Calling their captain in vain.
This is
Look what you turned me into.
Yeah, it's,
Look what we've become. Enough.
Come on.
All of the pain that I've been through. Haven't I suffered enough? You didn't stop when I begged you. Told me to close my heart. You said the world was dark.
Thank you. Yes.
Say that ruthlessness is mercy upon all right.
Yeah. It's fair. I understand how like Poseidon is a particular point in the story before, you know, he got his people killed again more.
yeah.
But I don't know if they're I feel like they should probably have just come at it with the full like he's in full like IDGAF mode. Like he is ruthless. I don't want to see him try and justify it and be like, no, you didn't let my friends live. They're all dead anyways, but you know, you were not nice to them. Like I would prefer just to see him go full like, nah. I go
I
full
can kind
no.
of see what they're going for. Like, it's a very justifiable crash out
Mhm,
moment.
yeah. Watch him crash
like-
out in real time.
Yeah. I think what they're trying to do
Mm.
is this is kind of their recap of the story through Odysseus venting on Poseidon of like, look at all the things that have happened to me because of you. Look at what
Yeah.
I've had to do.
Yeah.
And he's kind of projecting a lot of that guilt onto Poseidon as well. So
Mhm.
like structurally, I see what they're doing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. I think it weakens the song, even though narratively,
Mm.
it's probably what I would do if I was writing this as a story.
Yeah.
As a song, I don't think it conveys it as well.
Mhm.
I'd lean towards competent. I think it does what it needs to do, but it sort of well, no. I might even move it to this would be great if it was completely different.
Mm-hmm.
because this is like his last great labor, right? This is his
well,
last big. I know he's got a massacre in the palace ahead of him, but
spoilers.
that's lambs to the slaughter compared
Well,
to
if
this,
anything,
right?
that's
This
sort
is,
of a flip where he's the big bad that we are seeing.
That's his return. He's like
It's not even from his
fully come into
perspective. It's from
power.
the perspective of the dudes he's slaughtering. So it's not really his labor.
Yeah, exactly. Like
But yeah.
this is his last big trial, and it doesn't really feel climactic.
Mm.
Like they've gone for some big instruments. There's a lot of like yelling and crashing out and so on, but I feel like there's just a better way to sell this, especially like the 600 men thing is meant to be like, okay, the spirits of his crew rallying around him, pushing
Would
him
they
on.
be though?
But I feel like that motif falls flat. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Would they? Like, they haven't really set this up as like his crew wanted to get him home no matter what, and so they're pushing him on this final bit. Like, no, most of his crew wanted to not do any of this. It all sucked.
Yeah.
And then he deliberately and explicitly sacrifices them in favor of getting home.
Yeah.
So I feel like the motif they're setting up doesn't quite play. Like if I was writing it, I would really just make this about, as you said, like the lessons Odysseus has learned about ruthlessness and just full. I would want to see him embrace his cruelty a lot more and be carried by that rather than
because it also bleeds into, because his when he is in Odysseus, and the spoilers, he's the villain of that song, whereas all of the other ones where they were the villain, because the whole like it's a video game boss level sort of motif.
Yeah.
He is the final boss, not because like he's trying to, but like as he slaughters people. So you need to definitely lean into that. This whole they're trying to keep him noble. No. We have to, as much as it's like, and then we have to believe the final thing where he's like, "Now I'm a soft boy again. You have to love me," et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, this would also feed much better back into No Longer You with the prophet, where he talks about like the man who comes home
is
welcome
you.
back, Raccoon. The man who comes home is no longer you. I think making him merciless like that would work better.
Yeah. This one's it's a palate cleanser because of the the tonal shift, because it's the yearning song.
Which, yes, she needs a yearning song. You can't be a woman with a husband away to war and not spend at least one day gazing wistfully at the sea.
Yes.
Let the woman yearn. God forbid a woman have hobbies.
The loom. It's also a narrative heavy lifting song, because they're like, okay, but we have to go over everything that Penelope's been doing.
Yeah, they kind of have to cover 20 years of incredible challenges that
she's like, what have you been doing? Lumen mostly. Lumen and yearning. Yearning and lumen.
Yeah.
But yes, it's
every girl born after 14 BC only knows loom.
Loom, eat olive.
Loom they shroud, eat olives. String they bow and lie.
And yearn.
And yearn.
String they bow and yearn.
String they bow and yearn.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like them showing her string the bow here to show off her heritage as like a Sparta queen.
Yeah. I'll string this motherfucking bow.
It's a very clever challenge, great bit of cunning on her part, and I get the purpose of it. All I can think of, strange women distributing swords by bodies of water is no basis for a system of government.
Did we put it on? I can't remember. No, I think we put it on just below that. A real
it's a real
bop.
bop.
Yeah.
Is where we wound up.
Not because we wouldn't listen to it on repeat, because maybe if they edited it slightly. But I didn't take a screenshot of it. But I can see the argument for it either way. Like, that's where it sat.
Yeah.
It sat between those two for us. But I think that there's just a certain, I don't know. I think that it just didn't stick in my ears as much as the other songs, and so it couldn't be. We couldn't.
Great villain song. I think just in terms of where it fits into the musical as a whole is.
Maybe it's like the thing is also, as I continue to listen to them, some of them will probably stick more than others, because definitely the first.
I'm gonna feel completely different about all of these
in like 5 minutes. Yeah.
Sure.
So because it has so much narrative lifting to do, and because it doesn't really let itself be just like and to be fair, like maybe if you did other edits, it could exist more as, because it's the challenge, so it's half serving the plot and a little bit yearning.
Yeah, it has to do a tremendous amount of lifting, and full credit to the actor playing Penelope. She does a great job. That just she sells every line in this. As a song, though, I think it does struggle from needing to do so much exposition.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's yep.
And yet shockingly tame compared to the actual Iliad.
Yep. Good, just musically competent in terms of she finishes that song, the next song that it moves straight into is a reprise.
Yes. Yeah.
This is his song.
Yeah.
Screw this damn challenge, no more delays. Can't you guys see we're being played? This is how they hold us down while the throne gets cold.
The minor chords.
Bro, are you good? Your leitmotif's in a minor key, bro. Bro?
Probably would have. It's interesting because he can do a really melodic, like, but also he can do that more savage.
I kind of like him bouncing between the two.
Yeah, no, I like it. I like it because it's very honeyed tones, and then it's but let's also do a big murder.
It's like, look what's just underneath.
Yeah, because right now he's being the convincing, charming Scar.
Yeah.
And then he's the long live the king Scar.
Yeah.
See, there it is.
Yeah, and again, you can tell he's just loving these lines.
Oh yeah. It's a yeah. It's yeah, I think that I had more critiques of it when we listened to it for the first. I think again, just in musical theater criticisms, I've definitely, like, especially because of the song it leads into, like raise the stakes, etc.
Yeah.
It's a symbolism. The flower and the snake. Just
Yeah.
just all of the things that are going on in the back.
Yeah. Goes to show, guys, if you're going to do a murderous mutiny plot, lock in first and then sing about the plot afterwards.
It's at the second highest tier, and I know that that's a debatable. There we go. I mean, yeah. It's always fun when someone gets murked, like right at the denouement. I'm not even gonna let you get your flowers. No. Yeah, it's a real bop. I think it's just because I haven't listened to it enough yet. I think that's probably. Oh, that's That makes sense. Yeah. When again, just because of sometimes
yeah.
the use of the strings in other sections, it takes away from the leitmotif. And maybe just the audio mixing, because it's like being told that totally makes sense. Again, haven't heard it enough, haven't listened to it enough, have been talking over it too much.
For this one, I'm leaning towards a bop for this one. I
Yeah.
think they've got a strong chorus. I love a good villain song.
Mhm.
It comes at this great moment where like we're really not sure what kind of condition Odysseus is in. We've
Mhm.
seen the stakes for Penelope. It does a great job of like building a lot of tension in the audience, and so there's that huge cathartic release when the arrow pops through his neck at the
Yeah.
end.
Yeah, no, there's yeah. It's I would even be able to put it on loop if I was just really like just because of
I could be persuaded to loop.
yeah. Just because of it's just his voice is good. It's good
Yeah,
and
like-
savage and mean. He's a mean man.
Villain songs are already fun, but
Mm.
a villain song where they're absolutely having fun with the
Mhm.
like a hammy villain song. I love a hammy villain song.
This is your first musical? Well, yeah, you have a good ear. We're musical theater nerds, so our perception is through this lens. Maybe that's the difference.
We are old musical theater nerds.
Yeah,
too.
I mean, you'd stop that. You can stop that. You can stop. You know, you don't need to drop the Google Doc on me. All right.
Desecrated, sacked like Troy. Worst of all, I hear you dare to touch my wife and hurt my boy.
What are you listening to? Oh, you know.
Yeah.
What's the song? Hold him down. What? Makes sense that the guitar. And then the chanting. Oh no, then the choir starts chanting. Then the health bar comes back.
Yeah. Bro, why is there a Latin choir?
Yeah.
Are you second phasing? Bro, are you second phasing right now?
At the edge of the unknown, somewhere in the shadows lurks an agile, deadly foe. We have the advantage.
Again.
The numbers
Wait.
and the might. No, you don't understand it. This man
It's unfortunate that, yes, it's unfortunate that they did, like, again, this is like a total domination of these guys. This isn't even close. Like, he took out the biggest threat first because that's, yep,
Yeah, this is just him flexing.
yeah.
Our weapons, they're missing. He's using the darkness to hide his approaches. We're empty-handed.
Good exposition not through Odysseus.
Chances to strike him in the
Yeah.
darkness. We know these
And again, this goes back to what I was saying during
fair.
God games as well.
I built it.
Diversity of voices is more important than the quality of those voices when you've got an ensemble like this, I think. I mean, obviously, there's a base floor for
Yes.
how good you should be. Like, you should be able to sing. But being interesting, I think, is more important than being able to carry, like, a whole verse by yourself in this.
Yeah. And again, like, I'm just. No.
He's more cunning than I assumed. While we were busy plotting, he hid our weapons inside this room.
I find it hard to believe that the sharpest of kings left his armory unlocked.
So what? Now that we have armed ourselves, let's make the bastard rot.
Behind you!
He's trapped you in a room, you see. Oh. Yeah.
The boy.
Boy. My boy.
Lil Wolf.
His stage name is Lil Wolfie.
And I ensure you'll be spared.
Yes.
Showing the Athena silhouette's a nice sort of...
I don't wanna hurt you, but trust me, I've come prepared.
I don't want to hurt you is a line you drop usually before you stab a man in the chest.
Yeah.
Brothers, we got company, and he's made a great mistake.
Good line.
Yeah. There's some real nice lilting to the voice here.
Mm.
Brothers, come and arm yourselves. There's a chance for us to win. We can still defeat the king if we all attack the prince. Where is he? Capture him, he's our greatest chance. Get off me, get off me. Fight till the prince can barely stand. Hold him down, hold him down.
Again, good reprise.
King, obey our commands. Hold him down, hold him down. 'Cause if he won't, I'll break the kid's hands. Got him.
Did not, in fact, have him.
I mean, you might have, but didn't help.
Mercy. My mercy is long since drowned. It died.
Oh no, he's gone full Chuny.
And as long as you're around, my family's been
See, this is the venom he needed in Monster.
Yeah.
kill my son. You plan to rape my wife. All of you are going to die.
Nice staccato stabbing.
You fill
On
me
beat.
with hate. All of you who have done me wrong. This will be your fate.
It's yeah. It's
All right, so again, this is the part, one of these parts of the musical where they are. It feels like they had the song in mind before they had the rest of the musical, because
Oh, I did
it's this
twice.
like dark, grim, violent, gritty song, like this total massacre. His voice throughout's very dark, like it's got that tinge of madness to it. And this again is kind of calling back to the prophet, saying you're returning on a, river of blood. You're not the same person you were. I see a man with your wife, but she's not comforted because he's like, fucking bad. Like it's this story of like, yes, the grim Odysseus returns. But then immediately after this, we get like a really touching song where he's just like happy to see his son.
it has to go from the climax to the day, like the declining action really fast, and we have to kind of because we're doing this, and it makes it more believable because it's a musical that we're doing the hand waving of the everyone's dead, but I'm actually okay now because love conquers all. Let's kiss.
Yeah, like a lot of their setup for like the grim, unhappy ending kind of gets undone in favor of the happy ending. And yeah, there are certain notes that you have to hit for sure. There are certain plot points that they went for. But if you're already doing an adaptation and taking the sort of liberties they've already taken with the source material, which is fine, like it's who cares? They're all dead and Greek, adapted however you feel like. But it feels like there's a little thematic inconsistency here at the ending, which is rough because I really like these songs at the end. But it does feel a little confused, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, yeah. It's hard to, again, also because of the way that you have to compress this story and the way you have to kind of tie it up with a nice bow. It makes it really hard to be like, okay, he's the villain now, but also he used the last two songs.
Yeah.
Because the power of love. Again, this is because there's just so much going on, it makes it difficult for me to listen to it on loop.
It's a very, very expositionary song.
Yeah,
again.
which is generally
Like,
when they
it's-
fall here.
Yeah, I think it does what it needs to do. I don't think there's anything musically happening in here that really stands out as unique or new.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it does the job and it does it well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
I'm
know
happy with it.
Penelope's. Yeah, we know Penelope is totally jazzed. We know that they're gonna have some real freaky
yeah.
makeup. Yeah.
I also think it's very hot that he did all that work. So
So no tea, no shade.
yeah.
Again, this is how they do the twist. Not even the twist. This is how they do the de-escalation.
Yeah.
Whoop.
Yeah, it's like the timer on his berserker rage ran out.
Yeah.
And so he's just reverted now. Like, the skill's not gonna proc again for a 360-second cooldown.
Ooh.
Son,
You're just like I remember you, Dad. Covered in a lot of blood.
None of it yours.
All my life I'd have died to meet
This one, it's the leitmotifs that are definitely coming together, which is, yeah.
Yeah.
20 years I dreamt of how I'd greet you. Oh, and now you're here. I can't find the words.
Again, huge shout out to the artist for this one for that description they wrote. I don't know if that's visible on your stream right now, but
Oh, let me
I could show you.
look at my son. Pride is not the word I'm looking for. It is hard to sing something on tune when you're listening to a different tune, so I would like everyone to
It
just.
Will you whisper
I'm surprised at how
if I have your strength?
I can't help but wonder, like, I don't know if it's just maybe the repetition of the line, but it does a really good job that I wasn't expecting.
yeah, it actually works. And this is kind of what I was saying before about I'm conflicted about the ending because it feels off theme, but at the same time, great songs.
So I think that I remember the way I felt when listening to it, and I think I'm gonna have the same problem, is the fact that I'm like, it's a really nice piano guitar piece. I get it, you're moving up to the ending and you think the ending, and to be fair, yes, the ending can and often does end with a big orchestral like brah, but you could keep this one really, because again, it's a de-escalation.
It is.
So you
yeah.
could keep it just the nice that the song sounds better when it's less, when it is simpler.
Yeah, and especially considering they're about to swing for the fences with Penelope in
Yeah.
that song.
Yeah. And this is with me loving Athena and wanting her to have like her moments. And she gets a great moment in this song.
My son, I'm finally home.
Yeah, keeping this as a more quiet, understated, intimate arrangement.
Telecommunication. Telemachus.
We stand telemetry in this house.
We are big fans of telekinesis.
Yeah. No, trigonometry is our sweetest boy.
Go.
I love tech support.
I'll be there
Yeah.
in a moment.
I've loved watching Tryptophan grow.
Telephone is the second softest boy. The one who gets to live.
Show yourself. I know you're watching me. Show yourself.
Callback.
You were never one for hellos.
I can't help but wonder what this world
It.
would be
See,
if we all held each other.
I understand doing it for a Gods interlude a little bit better.
Help but feel like
And also because of it, where it takes place in the song, it's a little better.
we don't have to live this way.
Yeah, you've got that break.
But I also still could prefer it just being quiet because it is her sort of like
If that
hat in hand, kind of like a, you know.
Yeah.
away from here, it's one I'll have to miss. For it's far beyond my years. You might live forever, so you can make it be.
He specced into Divine Sense.
There's a girl I have to see.
Don't call your wife a girl.
Very well.
Love that awkward pat.
She's waiting for you.
I don't know if I need my son to give me okay to go see my wife.
I love this sketch. Every time I see it, it's
Yeah.
so good. 250 months.
Yeah. How old's your boy? It's like he's a baby Bjorn or something. 250 months. I don't know how I got that screenshot in there, but okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Doesn't fit perfectly, but it's fine.
So
it is a real
here's the thing
bop,
with-
but it's also.
I think it's about. I think it's kind of two songs in one.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. It's a shame that they gave in to the temptation to go big orchestral on the hug.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because it's such
Less
an
is more.
understandable choice to make. It's so tempting, but there's a reason that we have to resist giving in to these temptations sometimes.
Yeah, I think that it would have been served
'Cause
with
you just
the opposite, like the
you
music
just kind
falling
of
away
blew the
entirely.
audience's emotional wad right there.
Yeah, we can't. God, what do you think the audience
Yeah,
is?
like
A woman?
You should have edged them through that song
Mm.
so that we could properly climax on the next one. This is the
Yeah.
worst of metaphors.
Or
But,
is it? Unless.
But no, honestly,
Um,
it's that tension and release cycle. Like it's that delicate balance you run into horror so much with as well.
Yeah,
of,
and
like,
this musical
if
is.
you build the tension and then hit them with a scare, you can't hit them with another scare right after because they're not going to feel anything.
Just like Batman says, or the Joker says in that Batman scene.
Yes, I'm the jonkler.
The jongleur. Yeah, it also, again, this musical is kind of hurting for those quieter songs, like the softer tones, because it does tend to go into epic. It tends, like, again, like I said, its biggest criticism is the fact that every song is made to sound epic.
Yeah, I think they're definitely relying on sweeping orchestrals as a bit of a crutch at this point.
No, don't ruin your thoughts. We don't know anything. We're stupid. Our opinions don't mean anything. We just think too much about this crap and want to pretend like we know things.
And honestly, criticizing something does not do anything to diminish your love of it. If anything, it helps you develop a healthier relationship with that piece of media.
Yeah.
Uncritically enjoying something can be fun, but it also can really hamper your enjoyment of broader media as well. It's good to kind of examine the things you love under a critical lens because it is important to be able to acknowledge that the things you like aren't perfect, but it can also really deepen your appreciation for things it gets right as well.
It's also, I feel like all good criticism comes from a place of love. Don't if you're criticizing something to dunk on it, don't criticize something. You're not coming at it from a place of good faith. This is a good faith criticism where it's just like we want more. We want to see it even like for us, and also it's how we would want it, right? And that's it's not us, it's not for us. It's not necessarily just for us. It's like fan casts and stuff like that. There are things where I wouldn't be arguing.
Everyone's gonna have a different opinion.
Yeah, I wouldn't be arguing with somebody who's like, "But Epic's so great." I'd be like, "Yeah, it is."
It absolutely is. It's great.
Yeah, it's just
we criticize because we care.
And because we suck.
We spec all our life points into a thing that we can use nowhere else but here.
Yeah. Hey! The guitar and the violin coming together, viola.
Is it you? Have my prayers been answered? Is it really you standing there? Or am I dreaming once more? You look different. Your eyes look tired. Your frame is lighter. Your smile torn.
Oh, bro, you okay? Your leitmotif.
Yeah, your leitmotif's in a minor chord, bro.
I mean, we could criticize it to the point of being like, I can see why he cut it. But I'd be interested in knowing what hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor.
Not the love you Would you fall in love with me again if you knew all I've done? The things I cannot change. Would you love me all the same? I know that you've been waiting.
I think when I listened to it, I could have heard that note go up, but I also could have heard it go flat, like minor, descending.
What kinds of things did you do? Left a trail of red on every island.
I will say I would sooner tell my wife about the murders I did than like share my browser history with her, because that I feel that does change a relationship.
And I can count on my hands.
You just see her like being like, yes, yes.
Me back to you. So tell me, would you fall in love?
360 turnaround times 2.
All I've done, the things I can't undo. I am not the man you knew. I know that you've been waiting.
If that's true, could you do me a favor? Just a moment of labor. That
I
would
like the
bring
labor
me
reference
some
there.
Yes.
See that wedding bed? Could you carry it over? Lift it high on your shoulders and take it far away from here.
Oh.
How could you say this? I had built that wedding bed with my blood and sweat. Carved it into the olive tree where we first met.
Very romantic. Living tree is gonna be a sappy sleeping situation.
What you have asked me, the only way to move it is to cut it from its roots.
Only my husband knew that, so I guess that makes him you.
Burn. Gotcha. Got him.
Penelope.
What a line.
Yeah. Very good translation of the text into like a song moment.
With you.
Yeah.
Don't tell me you're not the same
It's a very good riff.
always my husband.
Yes. So good.
Shut up, this is my moment!
Yeah.
Yes, that is the correct one to be the most replayed moment. Yeah. It is that one.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, such a good song.
And again. Ooh, times 3. Her being taller and pulling him in, and also taking control of this latter half of the song is good.
Yeah, they just, oh god, she goes for it and absolutely, they're swinging for the fences on this one. And
Which, yeah.
I feel like Penelope just crushes it.
How long has it been?
It's a quiet little reprise. Nice harmony at the end.
Very nice. Yeah.
Yes, yes. I think, yeah.
So, like, this is an interesting one. Because I feel like all the indulgences and all the worst impulses of a lot of the musical, like the heavily leaning on sweeping orchestrals, the temptation to constantly give Odysseus more lines, Like it's all on display here,
Mm,
but because of the context of the song, it works. Like this is the song where you use all of those.
mhm.
There are other parts in the musical where they pull it out where they shouldn't,
Yeah.
but this is a song where like this is when you've been saving all your items up through the whole game. This is the boss fight you use them
What do you
on.
mean you
Like,
have 27 ethers?
yeah, I know, right?
I don't know if I'll
Like
need
that-
them.
I mean, the tier I'd put it in is loop, but at the same time, I would struggle to loop it just because it's so emotionally devastating every time.
I would probably, and then like I would be obnoxiously singing along to it, and then we wouldn't be able to listen to it
I would too.
anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, I
No,
remember
I-
the tier that we missed that we had at the beginning the entire time.
Which one?
Forcing your friend to listen to it in the car, locking the
That's right,
doors.
yeah.
Well,
yes.
Time to
yes,
start
the
it all
doors are
over.
locked. Yeah. Start it over.
Oh God, I think it's still a
For
fair
next
sort
time.
of It's still a fair sort of
But-
charting.
It is.
They would
yeah.
maybe break it up a
Yeah,
little
no,
bit.
I think for all its many sins and missteps, they nail that finale as a song.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible.
Yeah, like I
I still feel conflicted in terms of how it fits into the narrative.
Yeah, but that's like, yeah. It's a musical
Like-
though, so you have to suspend a certain amount of disbelief, and you have to say,
you
like,
do.
Les Mis is also
But it
one of
feels
those
like
musicals
there's-
where you're like, yep,
Yeah,
everything's good.
yeah.
All my friends are
It's like, you-
dead. But it
You
does
just
end.
spent 2 hours convincing us that it's not good. Why
Yeah.
is it good now?
Yeah. It's
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, no, like look, if you're gonna put a happy bow on it at the end and leave your audience feeling good about themselves, which
Mhm.
fair, that's the perfect way to do it.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
Absolutely crushed it.
Yeah,
And
otherwise you'd have to
I'm curious,
yeah.
like I'm in a very no notes kind of mindset on that last one, but I'm curious as to what approach you'd take on it.
I really don't have any. I'd like, okay, if we were looking to pick some nits, you don't need to tell. You can show. You don't have to say I love you doesn't need to be the last line. Like, I get it. I think
Yeah,
it's there.
Yeah.
You can just let them mute
Yeah,
it.
I would cut that line.
Yeah.
Let it fade out on instrumentals there.
Yeah. I'm torn between, because they sort of drop a lot of in order to make it a clean sort of conclusion, they drop most of the through lines. Like, they do not bring up he doesn't bring up the man monster sort of dichotomy. He alludes to it. It's an illusion, but it's not, it doesn't make a reprisal in either of the last two songs, really.
That is a good point.
And that's a shame, because it doesn't allow that to conclude. But
And that would have been a nice thing for Penelope to bring up
Yes.
in her counterpoint.
yeah, that's sort
Yeah.
of like what I like, where my brain was at, would be like, if, because he does sort of big, it's like, I'm a monster, look at all these things I did, and she's like, yeah, you're still my husband though. And I understand the fable, like that whole like, well, you got to move the bed then, I guess, as opposed to having to like directly be like, I just see a man or what have you. It's a little more oblique,
yeah.
but I can forgive it for the adherence to the text in that regard. You know, for the real Iliad heads out there, they'd be like, oh, just like in the no. But yeah, that's sort of the full circle moment that I would like, just to yeah. Also, yeah, the fact that he doesn't mention the baby killing so much, nearly as much as you'd think he does in comparison to the beginning.
He really gave her the Spark Notes version of that trip, didn't he?
Yeah. Although to be fair, again, she's Spartan. She'd probably be like, yeah, we kill babies all the time. It's fine. It's fine though.
Yeah. I feel like she doesn't have a great moral high ground to stand
That
on
baby was a
there,
dick,
so-
though. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you see that
Pretty
side eye
blasé
he
about
gave
infant
him?
Murder.
Yeah. But yeah, no. As a concluding song, as letting the female lead. Well, I don't even know if you consider, because the way that she's interspersed throughout it, it gives her the sort of agency at the end of being like,
It
yeah,
does,
yeah, you could stay. Don't be a dick. Don't be
And
stupid.
as kind of, she also serves as sort of the moral authority of the story
Mm-hmm.
as well. Like she is the one who gets to judge Odysseus at the end of the journey,
Mm-hmm.
and in a way kind of informs the audience. Whether they want to agree with her or not, they're kind of railroaded into doing so just purely on the strength of her voice there as well. So
Mm-hmm.
if you wanted, and it's interesting, like, I think you kind of have to give the song to her and you have to make her as powerful as she is in that, because there's a lot of sort of unanswered for crimes that the audience could be thinking about when
Yeah.
it comes to Odysseus.
Yeah,
Like,
we really need her to hand
there's a
wave
lot
that
of ways.
slate.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's a lot of ways the audience could feel about Odysseus at the end of this.
Mm.
And if you want the audience to end on a specific emotion, you kind of have to make Penelope force everyone into that,
Yeah.
which I think she does brilliantly. And it works.
Mhm.
It just works, Todd.
Mm.
It just works.
Yeah, no, it's a good ending one. It's it also uses a lot of the orchestral things sparingly, which is nice. Again, a lesson that seems to be learned throughout. And it lets the song just breathe for what it is. It's not over engineered so much. Yeah, so that's kind of, it's a good point to end on. Yeah, obviously, yes. I think the breakdown.
That is our list.
Yeah.
Make sure you save a copy of this so you can tweet it later.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna just print screen it now in case something happens.
Good idea.
And I accidentally like goof it up. Just boop. There we go. Yeah. I think that these kind of were the expected results. They're a little surprise. There were a couple surprises.
There were definitely a couple of surprises.
This one. And again, there's we would have to write a dissertation on a bunch of the decisions when people like
We could do a whole stream on pretty much each of these.
yeah.
We won't.
No.
But we could.
Yes.
But we could.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good thing. And you know, to end the note on this stream, I think we brought this up earlier. There is a point to doing this.
Mm-hmm.
It's easy when you find something like this that you enjoy to just be like, yes, I'm all in, full send it. But I think there's value in kind of picking apart the things you love, not in a, like, we're not going full Cinema Sins on this shit.
No, Cinema Sins doesn't come from a place of love. They're very
They
like,
don't.
no.
They don't.
Sorry.
But like critically examining the things you like and really thinking about what does make this good.
Mm-hmm.
Naturally, as part of that, you're gonna have to find the parts that don't make it great.
Mm-hmm.
But that just deepens your appreciation for what actually makes a piece of media good. And it also helps you reflect on yourself of like, what do I actually really like in media? What do I enjoy about this?
Yeah.
And then you can have a much easier time finding that in other pieces of media as well.
Yeah. And it also helps when you compare and contrast them to different things and see what because some people prefer musicals that are more poppy. And that's why there's so many different kinds of musicals. There's karaoke musicals, there's really poppy ones, there's really sad ones, there's ones that have a lot of choral ensemble pieces that require like a full sort of orchestration.
There are as many kinds of musicals as there are distressingly young women for Andrew Lloyd Webber to fall in love with. I said it and I'm not apologizing.
No, you're not. I was literally trying to think of just one of the best haters of all time. God damn it. Why does her name always freaking disappear from my brain?
Me.
Well, yes, no. She was in Agatha All Along, and her performance was so good. And she has a pool named after him. Just a fun little musical nerd thing. Patti LuPone, thank you, Jesus. Yeah. Just while if we're gonna dunk on Andrew Lloyd Webber, If you ever think you're a hater, just remember you're not as much of a hater as Patti LuPone is to Andrew Lloyd Webber, and we love her for it. Patti LuPone's a bamf.
We stan a hater.
Yeah. Seeing her in Agatha All Along was cool, and I was like, this is gonna have songs
contrast
in it.
everything we just said about how criticism
important
is a
is
form
important.
of love.
If you dare, if you dare
You
criticize,
can also just hate on shit sometimes.
sometimes you can just hate on shit. That's not what this is, though.
No, that's not what this is. But no, this was fun. All right. Do you want to play us out?
By that,
you want to
mean...
go ahead and click on that tab directly below the tab you're currently in?
What? Yeah. Nope, I'm switching to the outro screen because I need an outro run for the VOD, because that's how my windows come up. Which is just this fun little B-roll. Would it? Would it? The Thunder Rizzler? Okay, alright, 1 sec, let me swap it back. Okay, we'll watch it back. Oh.
You gotta move that play bar back, bud.
No, I don't. Shut up. I've never done anything wrong a day in my life.
Captain? I have to see her. But we'll die. I know.
The freaking under the beat it.
It's amazing.
We're about to die, but before then, we go make it rain.
Perfect. Thanks for tuning in, everybody.
Okay, yep. Oh, I love the fact you know what it. Yeah, you knew it was. Yeah. All right. Yep. Canonically horny Zeus. Canonically horny. No worries. It's fun to go for way too long. This ended up being, I think this is longer than the watch along, which means not the point. It was supposed to be shorter. Should have seen it coming. Bum, bum, ba-da-na-na, end the stream. Yep. Oh, I also realized it cuts your audio out when I change to this one. So, whoops. I was just muting you for that whole time. He said thank you. He said thank you for having me. So, yeah.
I did say thank you.
There we go.
Yeah.
And also, as always, thanks for tuning in. The VOD will go up at some point. I will not edit it because I'm weak and lazy. And I have to be at work. So I'm going to do that now. Don't tell my boss I streamed when I was supposed to be at work, and Spoon should be asleep because Australia. Okay, thanks. Goodbye.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.